Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. This is Pinky, the housewife, and today is Monday, June 30th. We got the Diddy trial starting back today. This is the jury. The jury get the charges today for deliberation, and then who knows? We may even get a verdict. Everybody's still waiting on the verdict because the judge uh, today he's supposed to be going over the assignment um, for the deliberations, going over the charges with them, plus the uh, so they can go into deliberation, and then the verdict. Okay, so we are just waiting, watching. Everybody is here. I'm going to take my avatar down in just a minute. Soon as I go pull off these pajamas, put some clothes on. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and get it started because this cannot wait. I do not want to be caught without knowing what the verdict is, finding out later. Okay? Let me just welcome everybody to the Pink House this morning. The house rules got to hear up and get out of the way. Hit that like button, guys. Make sure you hit that like button because that's very crucial. That help keeps me in the algorithm. And subscribe to the channel. Let me go ahead and say thank you for doing that. And my second channel, I'm I will post this on my second channel today. I'm just carrying it on one channel today, but the other two channels will get this posted on their channel later. All right. Now, let me put out a warning, graphic warning, just in case. I don't know what's going to be said or done, but I know the jury should have been, because the judge said Friday at 9 o'clock, he's going to go over the assignment with the jury, the charges. And then after they do that, then they go into deliberation and then a verdict. So we don't know how long it's going to take. It could take an hour, it could take a day, it could take a couple hours before they give us a verdict. Okay? So we don't know. We're just on pins and needles. Okay? Sean did leave the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn to get to the courthouse today. This is where we are, guys. This is the process of the United States versus Sean Diddy Combs. We have went through everything at the top: the jury selection, the opening, the prosecution case, the defense case. We did the closing arguments Thursday and Friday of last week. Now we are here to the end of the trial. This is the jury charge and deliberations and the verdict. This is where we are, the last two steps at the bottom of this chart. Okay? These are Diddy's charges, five federal charges. One was the racketeering and conspiracy. Count two counts of SCX trafficking, two counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Those was the charges. Okay? Uh, Now, let's go ahead and see what we're going to be talking about today: the daily trial, jury deliberations, and verdict. Let's see what's going on at the courthouse, or should I say outside right now. There's nobody is coming out with anything, but Inner City Press is still putting out little things for us to keep in mind. Let me find it. Here it is. This is a live screen right now. This is live. Okay. This is the verdict. Okay. He got day 32. Today will be day 33. Just overlooked that. Should be day 33. Day 32 was Friday. But anyway, this is the verdict watch. P. Diddy SBX trafficking trial USA versus Sean Combs. And so Inner City Press is putting up onto your left in the red box what's being said in the courtroom. Be watching that. And then over on the side, you can see this is a live screen. This is live, screening live. Okay? It says now, the jury will receive instructions from the judge. That's very important. I'm going to leave y'all watching this. I will be taking my avatar down in just a minute, but right now I'm going to run and go get my lemon water that's waiting on me. I hope it's still hot. And then I'm going to pull these pajamas off and put on a shirt, a top, a hoodie, a blouse, or something. Put on a shirt or something. Okay? But I'm going to leave you all watching this. This is live, okay? And I will be watching it too from my phone. So if anybody comes into the Pink House, I will be able to say hello to you from my phone. Okay, while I go do that, it won't take me but a minute to get that done. Okay? All right. And let me see. This is muted. I'll mute this so if Jesse or as Elizabeth or someone come out to speak, you all will be able to hear it. And me too. Okay? The judge and the alternates do not have to be there. Your verdict must be anonymous. Okay, y'all go ahead and read that while I go get my lemon water. Is waiting on me. I'll be right back. Hello, James. Think not ooh, Jamestown Show. Carlton Jamestown Show. Oh, that was my phone. I had my phone turned up. Excuse me. Thank you for being here this morning. Did you change your name? Thank you for coming in. I'm going to take my avatar down in just a little bit. I'm just trying to get myself together and get my lemon water set up on my desk. It's just so hot. It's steaming hot right now. But thank you for being here. Okay. We're waiting on this verdict. The jury, the judge went over the instructions for the deliberations for the jury, and you know what that means. We waiting on the verdict. It may take an hour, it may take a couple hours, it may take till tomorrow. But I don't think these people are going to sit around and wait forever. And you see, one thing I want everybody to see at the very top to your right hand corner on the side where the chat is. You see where it's a verdict watch? It's right now is in seconds. That means the jury has gotten the instructions for for the charges of the deliberation. They have gotten it, and it's at 35 seconds, 37 seconds. It's just going on right now. I'm happy about this. Okay, I'm happy about this. So y'all keep watching. I'll be right back and everything. I got to get my little snacks and everything to put on my desk and get some lemon water. I got to get everything I need to put on my desk. Once I get everything put on my desk that I'm snacking on, because it may take a little while. And then I have my husband and daughter to bring the rest of the stuff. Because this may take a while because we are in verdict watch. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are we going to do about this? Mm, mm, mm. So I'll let y'all be watching it. And if anything breaks, we're going to be on it. We're going to be on top of it. We ain't going to let this slip because we are at the home stretch of this trial. This is toward the end. Now, as you all can see on the right hand, on the left hand side, the little box, that information is coming from Inner City Press. He is in the courthouse. He gets a seat in that courthouse. So this is changing by the day. Whatever he puts up, read it until I get back. Okay? Thank you, Carton.
Combs is guilty or not guilty, his attorneys or the defense attorneys will come to this mic. It's not going to be a pressure, right? What'd you say? Is that the new 200?
I have my Swedish job.
Can I look at the camera?
I get
That's the new 200. I may be buying that.
really.
You're Spectrum One?
We are Law&Crime.
What?
What did you say? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for coming in, Impetitious. Thank you for coming into the Pink House today. Okay. Thank you for coming in, Impetitious. That's my phone, guys. I keep forgetting I got my phone on. Oh, Lord. That's my phone. Okay, I just turned it off. Um, Thank you. Happy Monday to you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did I forget my phone charger? The phone charger I had in here is no longer working. So I had to get. I took No, the one I had, yeah, in here was no longer working. So I've been using the one I got in my bedroom. I will bring it and put it in here until we figure out what's wrong with my charger. Okay? So we're trying to see what's going on in the courthouse today. We're trying to see what's going on in the courthouse today. We were not, let me just tell y'all something. We are waiting on this verdict. That's what we're doing. We're waiting on this verdict. I don't know about what other people waiting on, but that's what I'm waiting on. And that's what I know we are waiting on, the verdict. Okay? Now, in petitions, you wasn't here, I don't think, when I mentioned at the right-hand corner, this is a live feed, okay? So at the right-hand corner, that little blue box, over there by the chat, where the chat is, that's the verdict watch. We've been watching so far 27 minutes and 46, 47 seconds now, but over 27 minutes. So that is the verdict watch. If anybody want to know. Hi, Black Titanic. Thank you for coming in. This is her new channel, guys. Omar officially.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our continued live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs federal trial out of New York. We are officially in verdict watch right now in the trial. So jurors were sent back to deliberate a short time ago. This was after they were read the jury instructions in this case, the lengthy jury instructions in this case. Remember, this is basically the law that they're going to follow. I want to give you a little bit.
Can y'all hear that good?
What
Put one in the chat if y'all can.
So significant moving into this. But I do want to let you know that for the next 2 hours, we are going to be taking your questions about this case as we wait for a jury verdict. Probably.
I don't want nobody later on to tell me
with a verdict.
An hour later they can't hear. So if you all can,
so
put one in the
take your
chat.
questions, submit them,
You
we'll
can
answer them.
hear.
I have an all-star panel with me to go through it all.
Thank
But I
you.
want to let you know about what's going on with these jury instructions. So,
Thank
of
you.
course, the Judge Arun Subramanian, went through all of the elements of all of the charges: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. But arguably the most complex is racketeering conspiracy. And for instance, the judge said the government is going to have to prove that there was a mutual understanding to cooperate in a criminal enterprise, one that the government says that Sean Combs
Y'all
led.
see this
They can infer that actions speak louder than words, because you're not going to have,
water.
an example. By the way, this is a
Yeah,
shot of what the
hot
jury
that is.
deliberation room looks like, because you're not going to have them all evidence
That's
of them all signing a contract to engage in or agree to engage in criminal activity. Was there an inferred agreement? And this was really interesting, talking about the 8 underlying predicate crimes that the government has to prove at least 2 within a 10-year time frame. So there's bribery, arson, forced labor, kidnapping, drug offenses. And I thought this was interesting. I want to call this out. The judge said that witnesses who were given immunity in this case, they should be examined with greater care than ordinary witnesses. We know that there were a number of witnesses who testified under immunity. that witnesses who are permitted to testify under pseudonyms, for example, Mia, for example, Jane, that bears on your evaluation of their credibility. That the defendant had no responsibility to testify. You can't attach any significance to that. In other words, because Sean Combs chose not to testify, you can't use that against him. This was interesting as well. Voluntary intoxication may actually negate the intent requirement of the RICO predicates. We'll talk about what that means. Uncalled witnesses. For example, Christina Coram, whose name came up, I don't know, every single day with almost every single witness. These people who were mentioned but never called as witnesses, each side could have called them. That's what the judge said. Don't speculate or consider this. And then finally, when they were sent back to deliberate, the judge said, schedule is your own. You're going to be provided meals. They've begun their deliberations. And if they want to continue past 5 p.m., they may be able to do so. We're going to keep a very careful eye out and ear out if we get any juror questions or what's going to happen. But right now, I want to take your questions. So I am joined right now by celebrity criminal defense attorney from McMonigle, Perry, McHugh, Meshach, and Davis. Brian McMonigle is with us. We're also joined by criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and Law&Crime's very own host of Scandal outside of the federal courthouse right now, Segarra Gillespie. It's great to have you all here. I said all-star panel. I wasn't lying. Segarra, I'm going to start with you because we got a super chat question from Diana YX3GU. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Does the jury return home at the end of the day, or are they sequestered in a hotel? What do we know, Segarra?
This is a really great question because especially when it comes to a trial like this where so much is on the line, huge stakes for P. Diddy. I mean, if he's convicted, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars in prison. So we want to make sure the jury is paramount. So that is a question. Could they be sequestered? Will they, won't they? And the answer is they will not be. They were not. So every night after, the whatever happened in the courthouse behind me, they listened to all the testimony, went through the evidence, wrote in their notebooks, and then got on the subway, took a train or an Uber, walked home wherever they went, and that was
Okay, well, I'm glad y'all didn't hear me. Thank you. I'm glad because I was saying some foul things. I'm glad you all, thank you and petitions. You're the only one that told me that you couldn't hear me. But I'm glad you didn't hear me because I was saying some foul things. Well, let me just get to the gist of it. The reason why this is paused, because Black Titanic had put out a question in my chat. Do y'all think all these charges will stick? I answered her. Some rat that's in my life or in the bushes removed that. They deleted my answer to her. And I had said, but I didn't know I was on mute, that I'm going to go ahead and let y'all watch this. And I'm not going to pause my thing for somebody that's trying to interrupt my chat. I was saying some foul things, and I'm glad you all didn't hear them. They're trying to interrupt my life because, one, they may be jealous. They don't want Pinkie on YouTube because they're threatened by me. Or is it the money? Or I don't know what. But it's not going to work because I'm going to do my thing. Okay? So, because you see this nice Pinkie that's been laughing and having fun on her live, y'all forgot. Did you forget who I am? Did you forget what I can do? Did you forget I really don't play? Did you forget I said in 2025 I was going to be a better version of the Pinkie that y'all knew before? But I am going to do my due diligence on what I need to do. So while everybody in my chat and everybody is in the bushes is watching this, while they are all watching this, I may take my avatar down so I can do my due diligence. So when I find that rat that just blocked my answer to BT, your ass is mine. Because I'm going to give you the 15 minutes of fame that you want. Because whenever I found a rat that behind the scenes doing things, I always put their name up on a slide and I put the word rat. I put a picture of a rat right up under their names or right over their names or whatever you want to call it. So and I give them the 15 minutes of fame for a while. Almost every time I go live, I show that picture of a rat in their name. So y'all go ahead and watch this, okay? And let me do my thing. But they're not going to stop my joy today. They can't stand the fact that I've been happy and just doing my thing. Now, let me just say this. If you're doing it for any other reasons, trying to mess with my channel for any other reasons, for the reasons I think you're doing it for, you just made a big mistake. You just made a big mistake because I'm not going to let that go. Okay? I'm not going to let that go. I'm getting ready to come to you with all full force, blasting. Okay? I'm coming after you. Let me find out who you are, unless you want to step up to the plate. If y'all so strong and so bold, step up. Tell me who you are right now. Come in my live and say, Pinkie, it's me. What you gonna do about it? So I can show you. I don't understand people hide behind a screen and do things and too afraid to let me know who they are. That's what I don't understand. If I'm going to do something to you, I'm not going to hide behind a screen. I'm going to let you know what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to let you know what you're not going to do. back to me. Because once I do something to you, then I'm going to give you options. You better not use my name, or you better not try to do a get back, because that would be your last and only mistake. And two, you better hope I don't ever find you or know who you are. You better pray that that's the only time you do that, because once I find out who you are, it's game over. Game over for you, because I'm coming for you. And then if we have to play this, I tag you, you tag me by taking each other's channels down, that's okay with me. Because once mines go down, we're going to leave it down for a while. You know why? Because that's giving me all the chance, all the turns in the world to mess with you for the rest of this year, or until I get tired. You would never have a channel up no more, because I'm going to take it down every time you put it up. You would never have peace no more, because I will be stalking you forever until I get tired. You would never be able to go over to nobody's chat, because every time I hear or see that you are in a chat, they're going to start wanting you to stay out of their chat, because they know Pinkie is going to be right behind you, causing chaos. And I don't care who chat it is. It can be people I like, but I'm going to stalk you, and it can be people I don't like. I'm going to stalk you in every chat you go to. They're going to have to kick us both out. So they're going to have to block you and me. And I don't care if they block me, but you may care if they block you, because you're the one who went over there to show your support of the BNA channel. But they're going to have to block both of us, because I'm going to ruin their channel just to get at you. Yes, I said it. I would ruin their channel just to get at you. Everywhere you go, I will be there. So first of all, you're fooling them with the wrong person. Second, you came and bothered me this morning. So since you bothered me, I'm going to let everybody in my chat go ahead and continue what I want to continue. But your butt is mine right now, because I'm getting ready to do some digging. Okay? And as soon as baby girl get up, I'm going to have her do what she do, so we can find out who you are. It wasn't easy for me to find the other two or the other three. It wasn't easy. I mean, no, it was easy, should I say. It was easy. But if I can't find you, I got some smart people in my house. They'll find you for me. Okay? All I have to do is just go to the guy that I pay $100 an hour to find you. Okay? So don't worry. Impetitia saying hello to Black Titanic. No sound. I got it. Thank you, Impetitious. Impetitious, Colton James Town Show. All right. That's Black Titanic speaking. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get on with this. We're not going to let whoever that is. But don't worry. When my avatar come down, that means I'm doing some work right now. Okay. But I got my hot lemon water here. I have to do it like this to make sure it's not too hot for me to drink. So it's good. So, ooh, it's good. It's good and hot. So I'm going to be working on drinking my lemon water and getting down to the matter at hand. Let's see what she said, because we was live and at the get-go, okay? Until some rat decide they want to play games. Go play games with your mama. Go play games with your mama. Yes, I said it. And while you at it, play games with your daddy. Okay? You and your daddy go play some games. All right? And take your nasty mama with you. Okay, so here we go, guys.
Was their night. So over the weekend, this is something I've been thinking a lot about, Jesse. Over the weekend, after we heard closings from both sides and the rebuttal, they went back home to wherever they're going. So to me, I'm thinking it's got to be going through their minds, right? They're going to be thinking about what they heard on Friday and really throughout the entire case so far. I'm sure it's kind of been in their minds as they're leading into the deliberation. And as it continues, by the way, they'll still go home tonight once everything's finished. If we're still deliberating tomorrow, or they're still deliberating tomorrow, I should say, they'll go home. No need to stay in a hotel or be sequestered.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, unless they were close to a verdict today, I think they're going to want to go home by 5 o'clock. I don't believe that we're coming back with a verdict today. I think this case is so complicated. They have so.
I think we are coming back with a verdict before the day is over. You know why? Because I think they're already made up their mind. They can't handle the shenanigans. Let me see what this thing said. Do you serve as a juror? Have you served as a juror on a state or federal trial? No. I'm going to check no for this answer. Wait, give me 1 second. I'm going to say no. 86% said no. 14% says yes. Okay? So I just answered that one. Okay. Here we go.
Much material to go through. I think this is going to take several days. Maybe we'll put up a poll. Maybe we have a poll up about how long we think the jury deliberation process is going to take. Let me bring back in Brian and Mauricio. Brian, you ready for this? We got a question from @Leon the Spesh One. I don't blame Leon the Spesh One asking this, but what's RICO? What's RICO, Brian?
Well, it's a statute that's existed for decades, and it was created to really shut down organized crime, but it requires precisely that: racketeering, a racketeering enterprise, a conspiracy to commit racketeering. And you need, as is reflected in the statute itself, a criminal enterprise. So the first thing the government has to prove that there was a criminal enterprise. The second thing they have to prove that criminal enterprise engaged in at least 2 predicate acts that had been highlighted in the indictment of the many that were highlighted. And they've got to prove those acts beyond a reasonable doubt in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is the racketeering. And if the government's able to do that, then this gentleman's going to spend a long time in prison. And if they're not, as I suspect they might not, he could be acquitted of these charges. But, it's interesting because this statute long ago was created to deter organized criminal activity. And now we're seeing it in cases like this with wealthy individuals who have the money and the means by which to get together with other people and sometimes commit criminal acts. So it'll be interesting. To me, it's a very significant test case for the racketeering statute.
I agree with you. Look, the prosecution's narrative is he had these assistants, he had these bodyguards. They knew exactly what was going on. They knew exactly what was happening behind closed doors. They helped set up the sexual events. They helped clean them up. They were instrumental in the kidnapping. They were instrumental in forced labor. They were instrumental in drug distribution. They were instrumental in bribery. He couldn't have done it alone. Defense's perspective, and we heard it from the defense's closing argument with Mark Agnifilo, who did he conspire with? You didn't hear one person talk about a criminal enterprise, say they were part of a criminal enterprise. Christina Coram, that's the co-conspirator. She's not a co-conspirator. And I think it was interesting because Mark Agnifilo had said, if it was John Gotti and Sammy the Bull was the co-conspirator, you think people are calling Sammy up for help? I mean, because the idea was that the alleged victims were calling Christina Coram up for help. So it raised kind of an interesting question there. Mauricio, I go to you. We got a question from LaRob Show 6300. Question is he cooked on the Mann Act charge? So that's transportation to engage in prostitution. Or does he have a shot? And overall, what's your gut feeling on the rest of the charges? More likely conviction or acquittal?
I'm thinking more likely conviction when it comes to the Mann Act of transporting, persons for the sake of prostitution. I don't know. I think they have them dead to rights. I've heard a lot of testimony about a lot of people that were directly engaged in it, and that came out through multiple witnesses. And I think it was something that he wasn't really worried about, because I don't think, and I've said this on various occasions, I don't think P. Diddy was as conscious as he should have been about the fact that a lot of the things that he was doing were illegal. So I know that there was a lot of testimony regarding airplane tickets, credit card charges, different assistants that paid for these prostitutes to fly in from other states. So I think when it comes to that particular count, and I think it's a good question, I think they got him dead to rights on that one.
Yeah, and this is not to blame the defense, because I thought they did a really good job. They don't really have much of a defense to that. I mean, they can't argue that they weren't prostitutes. That was abandoned. Okay. And no, let me rephrase. That was excluded during jury instructions. It only matters if men were transported and there was a completed commercial sex act. So they can't argue that. And the idea, well, how is he supposed to know that's a crime? How's he supposed to know that's illegal? You know, porn stars can be paid for sex work. Feels a little bit of a stretch. Anyway, put that to the side, because again, you have the text messages, you have phone messages, you have Amex receipts. It's a problem for the defense there. Okay, Sierra, how about this? We got a question for Merlene Spies, 8354. Jesse, I've wondered about Diddy complained about the way Jane Rosenberg depicted him in drawings, you know, the courtroom sketches. Did he have access to see the drawings? Because remember, she said he thought he looked like a koala bear, right?
Yes, that is what he said. I personally didn't see the whole koala bear thing, but I mean, you guys, we're all our own worst critics. So I'm sure that Diddy was looking at them under a finer tooth comb than you or I are looking at them. So yeah, Diddy definitely was able to see them. And I do think too, we saw some change in the style of these courtroom sketches after we heard that bit of a complaint. And I don't know, I think it just says something interesting about P. Diddy, that's also something he was concerned about during all of this. I know that his image is obviously very important to him. He's facing some pretty serious allegations. So I don't want to necessarily say that his image is completely tarnished, because again, these are allegations and innocent until proven guilty. But we have the civil side of things too. So he's had some pretty heavy allegations weighed against him. And one of the things that's important to him is how he looks in these courtroom sketches. I think it's interesting, but hey, I go back and look at these live streams and say, oh, my hair looks terrible, or, you know, my outfit was terrible, or, you know, whatever. So I can understand it in a way that he was upset about it. But yeah, he does have access, and he did see some of the courtroom sketches.
Yeah, somebody once took my teeth and put it on an animated orange. That was frightening, to say the least. So we all,
oh god,
have been, yeah, it was that was pretty scary. I tried not to think about that, but unfortunately, I was just remembered of it. Sierra, stand by. Got another question. We got all these questions coming in. Let me go to let me think about who I want to. Yeah, Brian, I'll throw you this one, and then I got a good follow up for you, Mauricio. Brian, we got this question from Antoinette Gregory from 7311. Jesse, you're fabulous, and we're going to miss you, Queen Lizzie. So kind. Everybody's been calling Elizabeth Milner Queen Elizabeth. I'll make sure to tell her that. But Brian, what is the likelihood that the government will go after Christina Coram next? As I mentioned, she's been brought up almost every single day by almost every single witness. Sean Combs, purported chief of staff, the main co-conspirator, alleged co-conspirator, not brought as a witness here, not charged. Is there a chance they will go after her?
I think there's a chance. I would be stunned. I mean, if they were going to make that move, they should have made that move a long time ago. And I think a lot is going to depend on this verdict. You know, if they swing and miss on RICO and they swing and miss on sex trafficking here, the last thing in the world they're going to do is bring another prosecution. So I would doubt it for sure. And I would be surprised if they did bring such a prosecution. But clearly, any decisions along those lines are going to be predicated on how they do here. And I think this is going to be a challenge for them to get this RICO conviction.
Let me just follow up, Brian. You know, I mentioned in the jury instructions how they said, the judge said to the jurors, if there were uncalled witnesses, each side could have called them. Don't take anything from that. You know, don't use that in your deliberation process. You think they're actually going to follow that?
Well, you know, they do that for a reason, so nobody can curry favor with the jury in saying, well, they didn't call so-and-so and they have the burden of proof and they didn't call so-and-so. I don't know that that's really going to matter at the end of the day to this jury. This case is going to rise and fall on the issue of coercion. You know, as we talked about in the very beginning in this case, this is a sex trafficking case that involves adults, not minors. a RICO case that involves a celebrity instead of a mafia boss. This jury is going to focus on whether or not these young women were coerced into criminal activity. They're going to look at their text messages. They're going to look at the many things the defense has exploited during the course of this trial and come to a decision as to whether or not we're really dealing with coercion in the true sense of sex trafficking. And the problem with Diddy on the flip side is some of these predicate acts are easy knockoffs for them, including the prostitution charge, including some of the intimidation charges. So it's going to be an interesting jury watch.
Yeah, I wonder when you look at transportation to engage in prostitution, you look at bribery, you look at maybe arson, kidnapping, you could make the argument that some of these feel stronger than the others. It is an interesting question, and they really have to go through each one of those, which is why I don't think you're getting a verdict in an hour, unless, of course, these jurors have already come up with their mind and they're not really looking at the facts and the evidence, considering what was in front of them for 7 weeks. I hope that's not the case. There should be a significant deliberation process to really get at the heart of what's happening here. Mauricio, let me go to you. Let's go talk about it. This is from Heather Stein, 4575. How long do you think deliberations will take? Hours, days? And remember, we got the July 4th weekend coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I think in almost every high-profile case that I've done, I think that the jury knows that everybody's watching. So even if they have made up their mind, I think that they make it a point to show the world that they're giving it the importance that it deserves. So I would, I'm saying minimum a couple of days, because there's been so much evidence that they're just not going to want to go in there, take a vote, and then say, okay, we're going to convict them. I will be shocked if they do that.
Well,
so I think at least a couple of days.
Before, you think do you think they're going to hold off and not come with a verdict until after July 4th? They're like, we got to get out of here.
No,
We
I
got to
don't
go.
believe that.
So we have today, tomorrow,
Tomorrow,
right?
and the next day, and then what? Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday, I think.
No, I think that they could come back before the July 4th. At the end of the day, listen, it's a long trial, but they've been sitting through it, so they don't have to regurgitate piece by piece every.
I don't think they're gonna. I think we're gonna get a jury verdict no later than tomorrow, sometime tomorrow or soon. I don't think they're gonna wait until after the 4th or right up into the 4th of July. I just don't see it.
Every piece of evidence, but in my experience, even the ones that you think are slam dunks, when the media is involved, and especially at this level, I mean, this is as high profile as you can get. Everybody's watching, and the jurors really want to show the world that they've really done their work, and they're taking the case seriously. So could it be before the 4th? Maybe, but I definitely think that they're going to take a couple days.
Okay. All right. We have Queen Elizabeth with us. We have Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom.
Yeah.
She is with us, everybody. Fan
More Queen
favorite.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on. So I'm going to get right into it. We got questions coming in for you. This is from RSS 9965. What will Elizabeth Milner do the rest of the day while the jury deliberates? Will she remain in court in case jury has jury questions?
Yep. Well, I will definitely be back inside that courtroom again once, I do my hit with you, Jesse, once I chat with you guys and say hello. But my plan is to go get some food, go upstairs, see what's going on up there. But I have a book with me just in case, because I know it's going to be a long deliberation and I don't expect them to come back with a verdict anytime soon. But we'll see. You never know.
All right. Well, I'm sure we're going to get questions about what the book is, but I'll allow our viewers to ask. Okay. Elizabeth, RSS 9965. Has Elizabeth made any press court observer friends? If yes, can she bring them on as guests during our next break?
Oh my God, I should go find them. I feel like they're all kind of scattered around here a little bit. Some of them are probably doing their own live hits. Some of them are probably still inside the courtroom right now, just kind of waiting to see what's about to happen. What we do know is that, and I'm pretty sure you probably already reported on this, Jesse, is that they've finally and officially selected a 4-person. So that's probably the biggest news that we've come out since the jury's gone back to that room to start their deliberations. But I'd love to bring on some of the friends. Like, we should bring in like all 21 of us and have just one big giant like live shot and conversation. But if I can find someone, I might bring them on. Who knows? Just stick around and stay tuned.
If you try to get 21 people onto this live shot, our control room is going to have a heart attack. So I'm going to probably
they're gonna be
advise
so
against. Yeah,
upset.
they're going to have a heart attack. So I'm going to advise against that. Let me ask you this. Jury instructions can be rather bland. I think they are so important in this kind of case. Was there anything that stood out to you today about them? I mean, I think the judge even said, I'm going to try to make it a little interesting for you. Was it interesting? Was there anything that stood out to you? Maybe it was about the racketeering charge. Maybe it was about sex trafficking. As I mentioned
I'm
before,
not
it
gonna
was
answer
interesting.
that.
How to weigh witnesses who testified under a pseudonym, witnesses who testified under an immunity agreement. What stood out to you?
Yeah, well, definitely the judge was like, oh, well, I'm going to try to make this interesting, but no offense to the judge at all. It wasn't as interesting as I think he probably wanted to make it for the jury, but he did do it in a pretty quick speed to the point where I was like, oh, this is it. And then they're done. Then they went back to deliberate. But I think some of the points that kind of stood out to me was, one, that these jurors have to be impartial. Two, I think another thing that stood out was just the indictment versus how important the indictment is to the actual jury deliberation, in that you shouldn't be taking the indictment as just the word and that's just the say so and that's how things go. I think also the jury, because we discussed this earlier, Jesse, about whether or not will the jury have in their mind that the defense didn't put up any witnesses, that the defendant didn't testify in his own defense. But the judge, according to his instructions, said you can't take that into accountability take that into account, I should say, only because the burden of proof is all on the government. The burden of proof is all on the prosecution, and they are the ones who have to prove their case. Because, and despite what a lot of people may want to assume, is that Sean Combs is not guilty, or excuse me, he's innocent until proven guilty. And so I think a lot of people, especially the jurors, have to keep in mind that, they may have had thoughts in their head, but until they all have that discussion over at that table, I think it's a round table too, in that quiet room, in the courtroom, for that matter, I think that they all have to kind of really talk through everything. That just because we outside in the press who have been covering this case since the start may have our opinions about things, but it's up to these 12 jurors, these 4 women and these 8 men, to decide what is the fate of Sean Diddy Combs, and it's up to them to be making that decision.
Yeah, again, we are in verdict watch right now. They just went back to deliberate. If there is a court update, if there's anything that happens, we will bring it to you live in real time. Elizabeth, before you have to jump back in, you got a bunch of compliments. Poison Ivy 3, Elizabeth's hair is popping. We got Smarty Pants 1225, super chat comment. Thank you so much. Queen Lizzie, your hair looks glorious today. Everybody loving your hair.
Thank you.
And then Splunks.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then Splunk's mama asks, Elizabeth, what are you currently reading?
Oh, that's a good one. And don't judge me, everyone who is watching this live stream. I'm reading Wicked. Why? Because I'm so excited for Wicked Part 2 to come out. And I was like, let me just read the entire book. And I know it's a lot different from the movie, but I was so excited. So that is my book of choice to be reading while the jury deliberates in this case.
And I'll tell you what, I don't blame you for reading something completely off topic from what you've been covering, because you, like the jurors, have been inundated with a lot of disturbing information and evidence over the last 7 weeks. So to get your mind off of it, I don't blame you at all. Elizabeth Milner, great to see you. Thank you so much. We're going to have you back on later. I think you and I are also going to be doing, by the way, Elizabeth and I did a sidebar today, like 8 in the morning, about the highlights from the prosecution and defense's closing argument. We're going to try to get that up immediately, because you have to imagine that's what the jury is going to be considering. So hope everybody can check that out. And Elizabeth and I are also going to be doing a sidebar recap at the end of the day as well. Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Jesse.
You got it. Okay, let me go back to the questions. Brian, we got a super chat question from Celtic Girl, I think Celtic Girl, but GH, spelled girl with GH. Celtic Girl Kaz, thank you so much. Will the jury take a vote straight away to give them an idea of where they are at?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's been my experience that what they'll do is they'll kind of start with the first count, because that count is first in the indictment. But they may find very early on that they don't have unanimity on anything. And they may then jump to the third count and say to themselves, well, you know what? We all seem to be agreement here. Let's start here. Let's look at the easy stuff before we get to the more complex stuff, and see if they could find a unanimous verdict on the third count. Jurors do what jurors want to do in that deliberation room. And, we talked a lot about how long it's going to take for them to deliberate, when they'll come back with a verdict. We don't know if this jury is going to be splintered. We don't know right now if of these 8 men and 4 women, or if I think I have that right, where they stand, and if there's going to be an impasse on one count or multiple counts. But where they begin, they usually start with the indictment, and they usually will track the indictment because they're going to have a copy of it back there with them. And what ops they hit along the way might dictate how they pivot and then look on to different charges.
And I wonder if they'll start with racketeering, or they'll start with sex trafficking, or maybe they'll start with transportation to engage in prostitution, which again seems to be like the more streamlined, more simplified charge to potentially convict Sean Combs on. And that's not advocating for him to be found guilty. That's just, in my legal opinion, feels like the strongest case for the prosecution. Let me go to you, Mauricio.
Jesse, what's interesting about that, I wanted to add was, let's assume that this jury only convicted him of that third count.
Yeah.
Under federal sentencing guidelines, he's only exposed to, believe it or not, 15 to 21 months of incarceration on that count.
Up to 10 years, though. Up to 10 years.
Yeah, but sentencing guidelines are followed by the judges routinely, and nobody gets a statutory max on any kind of a crime who's never been convicted of a crime before. So the guidelines this judge will start with for that count is only 15 to 21 months. So you talk about a victory for the defense if that were to happen. It'd be a home run. He's almost got that time in.
Yeah, because think about it like this. He's looking at potentially life in prison for racketeering conspiracy. He's looking up to minimum 15 years in prison on sex trafficking. So yeah, 100% that would be a win. Okay, Mauricio, we go to you at Stella K80 or K80. How much does a lawyer's charisma, likability, and skill with the razzle-dazzle influence the outcome of a big trial such as this? Great reporting and hi from the UK. Thank you so much for the great question, and thank you for watching abroad. So I guess, how much does a lawyer's charisma, likability, skill, razzle-dazzle, how much does it affect the jury?
I think it's everything. I think it's everything. You have to keep them entertained. You have to keep them paying attention. They have to, at some level, like you, and they have to, at some level, like your client. If you expect for all of them to acquit your client, I've said this previously. I mean, when I first started doing trial work, I would look at other attorneys, and sometimes I would be like, oh, that guy's too dramatic. And after doing this for 23 years, I can tell you that you can never be too dramatic. You got to use props. You got to speak loud. You got to connect one-on-one with jurors. Eye contact. They have to really believe in you, and they have to believe in their client if you expect for them to acquit your client. So yeah, it really is everything. And in this particular case, they had some of the best in his defense.
It's a shame, Mauricio, that you are so timid and you're so quiet, and it's a shame you don't have the razzle dazzle, Mauricio. I mean, after speaking and knowing you for so long, I wish you had that, unfortunately. No, you are, I could see you in a courtroom. I could see the jurors gravitating towards you. It's why you're such an excellent attorney, which now let me look at this. Look at this. We've asked the question that I think it's important, because to be these jurors, not an easy task. Being on this trial for 7 weeks, now there's deliberations and everything they've seen. We asked a question, a poll: have you served as a juror on a state or federal jury? 14% said yes, 86% say no. Yeah, not a lot of people. Okay. Brian, I have to ask you, this is my question. Voluntary intoxication, negating elements or negating criminal intent for the predicates, the 8 underlying predicate crimes. Can you explain that to me? How does that exactly work?
Well, I'd really like to see that definition, because that was interesting to me when you said it. But certainly, if someone chooses to voluntarily take drugs or alcohol, it could negate, in many instances, the ability for them to complain of coercion, to complain that they were victimized. If it's a co-conspirator in the case, and that individual is intoxicating themselves, they have a hard time arguing that they were in league with or conspiring with somebody, because they aren't in the right frame of mind to have done so and shared that, what we call that specific intent, or that intent to commit the crime. But I was interested I'd be more interested to see what that related to and which particular count. Because
let me throw something out, what it might be.
Yeah.
A big theme is for sex trafficking. Did he know that they didn't consent. Okay, that's the allegation, right? They didn't consent. And the idea would be, how was he supposed to know? Maybe he didn't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Would that make sense to you, Ryan? Like he didn't know because
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
state that he was
with
in?
yeah, I mean, with sex trafficking, I mean, how do you posture that? I mean, you've got everybody admitting that they're taking drugs, everybody admitting that in the beginning, at least, of these freak offs, they were willing to do so. So I think what the judge is basically instructing this jury to do is to look carefully at the issue of intoxication, because you're not going to be able to complain in one instance that you're a victim and that you've been victimized when you voluntarily engaged in criminal activity or freak offs that are, sexual activity. And because you voluntarily intoxicated yourself, you now say, well, I don't know if I had the ability to consent. That doesn't really fly. I think the best thing the defense has going for them is that each and every one of these women admitted under oath, which you never get in a racketeering conspiracy, that they voluntarily engaged in the activity to begin with, that they consented to it to begin with. And then ultimately they would testify that they got to a point where they didn't want to do it anymore and they became coerced at that point. I think that's what the judge is striking at. And I think that's a problem for the prosecution for each of these witnesses.
See, the other way of looking at it is it makes them more credible, right? If they were really going after Diddy, they would just say the worst stuff. We never consented to any of this. I mean, the way to say it is, and this is what the prosecution in their closing argument, we're not saying every event was sex trafficking. We're not saying every event even meets the threshold of sex trafficking. They could consent to one time, to two times, but it doesn't mean they consent overall. Now the defense, or consent to everything. Now the defense said, let me get this straight. So they consent to 75 freak offs. On the 76, that jumps to sex trafficking. Is that a big jump? Again, it's a gray area. Mauricio, we got super chat questions coming in. This is from Myra2813. Myra2813, thank you so much. Do you think the government will try him again if there is a hung jury or a mistrial?
Wow, that's a great question. Usually in my experience, when they get hung juries on high-profile cases, they immediately, alert everybody, including the press, that they intend to retry the case. I can't think of an exception in my career or in my memory of high-profile cases. But this one, if they get a hung jury, I think that they're going to have to really have discussions on, number one, do you want to incur the expense? At the end of the day, this has cost millions and millions of dollars for the government to pursue this case. And, legal experts, people that we have on our panel, people that know about the law, question the decision on whether or not this was, like Brad Cohen says, a state case on steroids, and it never belonged in federal court to start off with. So I think this is going to be a one of those special cases where if they do get a hung jury, they're really going to have to sit down and think about whether they want to, put everybody through this again.
Well, let me follow that up with you, Mauricio, because it matters what they might be hung on, right? Because KC 7480 says, can the jury find him guilty on some charges and hung on the other? Then would he be back in court on only those charges? So, Mauricio, I guess it becomes a question, right? If they find him guilty on transportation to engage in prostitution, but they're hung on racketeering or they're hung on sex trafficking, and it matters the split. Let's say there was one or two holdouts and everybody else was voting in favor of guilty. I mean, they could find that information out. I think that would influence their decision whether they retry him. No, Mauricio?
Yeah, I think so. But I think if they convict them on one thing, that's going to be more of a motivation for them not to put everybody through this again. You know what I mean? The prosecution could chalk it up to a win. No, we got him on something. But this is a very, very particular case of people's careers are going to be on the line. I'm not talking about the people that are in the courtroom, but the people that really motivated this case to be brought in federal court. They're going to have a decision to make if they do hang them on any one of these counts.
Okay,
let's not forget that we've got a new Department of Justice right now. Yeah. And the decisions are going to be made by DOJ, and we have a new Attorney General. And I'm not so sure that politics won't move into play here if there's a hung jury.
You make a good point, because there's all this conversation about whether or not if he's convicted, would he get a federal pardon from the president? Let me throw this to you, Brian. This is from Titan Guy 8308. It's a super chat question. Thank you so much. If found not guilty, will Diddy get his oils, his drugs, his guns, and videos back?
He absolutely is entitled to get back everything that he legally possessed, and I assume he legally possessed possessed all of those items. So anything that
He get his baby oil back.
technically he must have returned to him. I'm not so sure he'll be suffering the embarrassment of asking for it all back, but he just might. I don't
You
know.
man,
I hope he
his
doesn't
baby
do
oil
it
back.
anymore.
Here's your carton of
He
baby
will.
oil.
He will. He's
Yeah.
not going to stop the freak off. If he gets
Wow.
not guilty, immediate freak off.
Well,
Immediate freak off.
remember, let me bring in Sierra Gillespie on this. Because Sierra, when he was arrested, he had evidence of freak offs in the hotel room, right? He had materials with him when he was arrested in September of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're right. I had to laugh at what Mauricio was saying, that if he is acquitted, immediate freak off. I mean, maybe. Who's to say anything is possible? We've been talking about like how any sort of verdict could come and we'd be shocked, but also not shocked because anything is possible. And yeah, it does seem, based on testimony, based on the evidence we've seen, or jurors rather have seen, that there is video documentation of these freak offs, that he liked to watch it or at least have it in his possession, which, yes, at the time of his arrest, September 2024, almost a year ago at this point, yes, that's what he has with him. Interesting choice, but a lot of the choices that he has are pretty interesting in general. So I don't know. If he's acquitted, maybe he goes out and gets some more baby oil and lube. I don't know.
Well, I don't think he's becoming a sponsor for Johnson & Johnson anytime soon. But I'll tell you this much, Sierra.
We don't know.
Look, the time frame matters, right? When you're talking about these crimes, they have to say it went past 2019. They have to say it continued basically up until his arrest. That helps their case. So the fact that when he was arrested, he has evidence purportedly of these, and for treating freak-offs or Wild King nights as crimes, that helps the prosecution. Okay, we got this question from LaRob Show 6300, Sierra. What time did the jurors wrap up today? Is there a chance the judge lets them deliberate into the evening if they want, or is there a strict cutoff for the day?
This is a really good question because it varies depending on case, right? I know a lot of our viewers here have probably watched many a trial here on Law&Crime, and it varies depending on the judge or the state. Now we're in federal court, and the answer is, I don't know when we're going to be done for today, okay? So it's really going to be up to the jurors. If they, are really close to something and they feel like they want to wrap it up at 5, okay, they can. Or rather, if they want to keep going, it's up to them and their discretion. So it's kind of TBD right now how long we're going to be here today. I mean, I'll tell you, we're going to be here. Elizabeth is in the courtroom now. I'm going to be outside until we get the okay, they're done for the night. But it's really up to the jurors at this point. It's in their hands in so many ways.
Oh, absolutely. And let me throw a super chat to you because we're hogging all the super chats. Sierra gets a super chat too. Don't think we're leaving you out of super chats. Got a super chat from Melanie Fox, 4314. Thank you so much. Sierra, what's your prediction for the verdict?
I mean, this is difficult. I wish I had a magic 8-ball for nostalgia reasons and because I would like to know. Although, to be fair, would a magic 8-ball tell me the answer? I'm not entirely sure. My guess is a mixed verdict. I think that that's most likely. I do think that there is enough evidence for a conviction in some way. Again, we've talked about this. I wouldn't be surprised whatever happens, but I think overall the strongest one has got to be transportation to engage in prostitution. That's what I would have said prior to closings. I do still think it's pretty strong. However, after closings, I think RICO might have been clinched too. So it might be all of them, but I'm going to say mixed just to be safe.
I've said it time and time and again, the closing arguments in this case, I think the whole trial is built around them. I think this was a complicated case. Both sides needed to lay out in a very digestible way whether or not this was RICO, whether or not it wasn't, whether or not they met the elements or they didn't. And I think both sides did a really strong job. The transportation to engage in prostitution, I mean, if I had to side, I think the prosecution nailed it there. But you got up in the bag with sex trafficking and racketeering. By the way, by the way, I want to let everybody know something. We have incredible viewers. We have incredible questions. And I want to let you know that right now we're announcing this. We have the #1 live stream on YouTube right now for the Diddy Verdict Watch. That's right. So this is amazing. This is all due to you guys. Please stay with us for the remainder of the day as we continue our coverage. We're going to do this all day. We're going to do this through the verdict. We're going to do this for the rest of the week as we are in Verdict Watch. We really make this show. We produce all of this content for you guys. This is all for you. Thank you so much. And this is one of the rare platforms where we can engage with you, get your feedback, figure out what the questions are, try to analyze the law, try to analyze what's happening in real time, because sometimes it gets complicated and we don't talk about it in a 5-minute bite. We have the opportunity in a 2-hour show in blocks. We're going to be doing it all day to really get into this and really get into the law. So thank you so much for your continued watching, your continued support. We're going to keep it going. Okay, let me bring it back in, Mauricio and Brian. We have a question here, a super chat question for Mauricio, Professor Elm 13. Thank you so much. Could the evidence in this case be used to indict other freak-off participants who don't have immunity?
Guys, I'm trying to slice my lasagna up. You can see I'm eating lasagna up in smaller pieces so I can eat it. I got all my little treats here, everything that I need here. Even got me some lemonade. This is hot lemon water in this cup here. And this is ice chilled lemonade. And all my little treats here over on this side, my lasagna over on this side. So in between me doing my avatar and not doing it, I will be eating, okay? But I'm still here. I'm not going nowhere. See, I'm do that. Still here. I'm just eating in between, all right? So we're going to go ahead and listen to Jesse in his panel.
I.e. other celebrities. What could the charges be? Now, to be clear, I didn't hear anything about other celebrities being a part of Freak Offs or Wild King Nights, but, you know, you talk about the potential sex workers or the purported sex workers. You tell me, could the evidence in this case be used to indict other people?
The answer is yes. The fact that they use the evidence in this case doesn't preclude them in the future from using that evidence to, you know, to charge somebody else. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that they've really put themselves out there and even charging this case the way that they did. And I don't think that, you know, whatever happens in this case, whether they convict them or not, I don't think that the prosecutor's office there in New York is going to want to continue with this. I don't see them charging, no matter who the celebrity is. I don't think that they're going to want to be involved in this type of case after.
I don't think that's right, because if another celebrity is flying XEX workers cross state lines to engage in prostitution, that's still a crime. And then if they're forcing young women, little young women, 18, 19-year-old, these young girls, 20-some-year-olds, to engage in something that they don't want, that's a crime. So if you're committing a crime, regardless of what the crime is, if it's the same thing the Diddler was doing, you still need to go to jail. Should you get a pat on the hand, a pat on the head, or a slap on the hand because we don't want to try a case like this again? That's just like saying they don't want to try a RAPE case again. If you're doing wrong, you're doing wrong.
After this trial, so I don't see that happening.
Hi, Miss Butter. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming this morning.
But legally, yeah, they can. The fact that you use evidence in a trial does not preclude the prosecution from using it in future cases against different people.
Brian McMonagle, let's make something very clear. This is from Joshua White, 3661. Super chat question. Thank you so much. Nothing is illegal about having a freak off, right?
Correct.
Well, if you use prostitutes, I guess.
Well, you didn't say that. Yeah. I mean, having a freak off isn't illegal. You want to pay for a prostitute, prostitution's illegal. You want to transport prostitutes across state lines or people across state lines to have sex, that's illegal. So freak offs, you can have them every day, all day. It's just, you got to make sure that in putting it together, for those that have interest in it, you don't violate any state or federal laws in doing so.
I think he's cleaning it up now, because what he said at first is not what he said saying now. Because now he's cleaning it up, sorry to say.
Yeah, force, fraud, coercion was
Yeah,
used.
you got to clean it
That's
up.
the issue. And
You can't say that.
Mauricio, it really is interesting because the prosecution, I think the strongest part they had in their closing argument was saying what I mentioned before. You might say all these episodes, a lot of these episodes were consensual. A lot of them don't meet the requirements of sex trafficking, but I'm going to give you specific examples from Cassie and Jane where it was sex trafficking. So where they talk about Cassie, the 2016 incident, right? The hotel tape. The idea that there was a freak off happening, or she had left a freak off and it wasn't maybe completed, but she was leaving. She's beaten by Sean Combs, dragged in the back in the direction of that room where there was a sex worker, checks off a number of the requirements of sex trafficking. Another example, she's sitting next to him on a plane. He purportedly shows her these sex tapes, threatens to release them. So you have a travel component, you have a threat component. They land. He demands a freak off. He gets a freak off. Those are two concrete examples. With Jane, there's an example, aside from the allegations that she was forced to do this when she was sick or exhausted. There was a violent episode she talked about, June 2024, beaten. He says, take this bleeping pill. You better go back out there. All the text messages from Jane where she is expressing reluctance to not engage in these hotel nights, particularly after Cassie filed her lawsuit. The jury, do you think the jury is going to weed out and say, you know what, I think there was a lot that they consented to, but it doesn't mean they consented to everything. And maybe even though Mark Agnifilo says, oh my gosh, you're going to make the jump from consensual to sex trafficking, maybe they will make that jump. What do you think?
Just like someone can say, can make the jump that, a woman consented in the beginning of sexual intercourse, and then at some point she negated the consent, and whether it was rape or not. So the fact that you can withdraw your consent, and especially the video, the violent attack, at the end of the day, if you believe that P. Diddy did the things that the government is accusing him of, the multiple day interrogation, the firebombing the car, he's acting like a criminal. And even though this RICO may be RICO, it doesn't mean that even if they have a problem with the law, it doesn't mean that they've satisfied the elements of the law and that he may be guilty of sex trafficking and of RICO.
Did you just say RICO? Because if you did,
yeah.
Do we not coin that somewhere?
RICO,
we got a trademark attorney on set?
Maybe RICO.
You know
what? It can still stick.
You know what, Mauricio? You know what, Mauricio? We got this comment from Maylink P1. Mauricio brings the heat. Is Mauricio from Miami?
Yes, from Miami.
See, people know.
Born and raised in the county of Dade.
There you go. All right, Brian. This is a great question from Nest Dog, who's been a frequent contributor with questions during our live streams. Actually, a lot of our viewers have been as well. And let me couple that with another question from Smarty Pants 1225. Thank you so much for the super chat question, Smarty Pants 1225. So I'm going to throw two questions to you. They're very similar. Smarty Pants 1225 asks, is it likely RICO and the Mann Act will get revised after this case? You had mentioned it before about what these statutes were traditionally designed for, Brian. Brian, I'm going to throw this one to you. This is what they were originally designed for. Let's start there. And then the next question I have is about racketeering. So let me put Nest Dog's question to the side for a second. Brian, let's stick with this. Smarty Pants 1225.
Right,
is it likely RICO and the Mann Act will get revised after this case?
They did look the other way. A lot of the bodyguards, a lot of the celebrities, other celebrities, except for Prince. Prince didn't look the other way. No, he didn't. And not for the stylist, Dante Nash. He didn't look the other way. He jumped in. Yes, those are the only two men that didn't look the other way. Thank you.
I don't think so. I mean, revising a statute involves, cooperation within our government to change the statute. Every single challenge to the constitutionality of the RICO statute has been struck down by the Supreme Court. I'm not aware of any opinions that are up there that would challenge it. If there's a conviction here, they could challenge the use of the racketeering statute and take it all the way to the Supreme Court. But getting legislation like this, a federal statute changed isn't easy. And I don't think one case will do it. And I don't think this would be the case for them to do it.
Let me just go to one more question for you, Brian. This is from Nest Dog, and then we'll hit a break. I believe they got him on prostitution, drugs, and bribery. Isn't that technically RICO?
Yeah, but you got to prove the criminal enterprise, and you got to prove with unanimity those predicate acts. And so, yeah, I mean, I think you've both said it, and I don't disagree with you. If you looked at the definitions themselves and only focused on the definitions, they could check both those boxes and convict him of racketeering in a minute. I just wonder, with all of the consent issues in the case, if they don't just take the easy way out, clip him, on the Mann Act violations, and call it a day. You've got to get a unanimous verdict, and you got to get all 12 people to agree on every predicate act, and then on the racketeering enterprise as well. Not easy to do. Although I will tell you, in racketeering cases, they got about a 90% conviction rate across the country. So they do it.
This case could be an outlier. This case could be different. You said it before. So it's interesting to think about. I'll tell you what, we're going to hit a break. We are officially in verdict watch in the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex crimes case. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We have a verdict watch clock that we're going to be putting up as well. We'll see how long the jurors are going to be deliberating for. Do you think they're going to come back today or not? We'll talk about it. We'll take more of your questions on the other side. Stay with us.
Okay, guys, they're outside. Let's see what's going on. I see they got the mics and stuff up, hoping, well, at least it's not raining today. There's no rain falling today. Hoping, let's get caught up, because remember, we was a little behind because I had to pause a little. So we're a little behind. So I'm going to refresh to get us caught up. Okay.
The juries can always use that against you. They're not supposed to, but like
Now
in
we're
certain
caught up.
cases, like, cases that involve children, and touch that kid. And that's something that I've had
we're
to
caught
deal
up,
with
guys.
in my own career. So there are situations where a jury is going to expect you to take this.
Verdict watch. Remember, it is at the right-hand corner, right next to the live chat. You see verdict watch in red, and then the hours is 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 55 seconds in the verdict watch right now. Okay? And we will be keeping tabs on this all day long. We may go in and out to other videos and different things, but this is the main one, Law&Crime Network with Jesse and his panelists. We will come back and forth, okay? And Elizabeth is inside the courtroom. So she comes out and tell us all the drama that's going on inside the courtroom, okay? So let me see.
Case, and they failed to do so. So, I don't think that it may have been a mistake. Only they would know, because we don't know who they have, who the defense has talked to, what witnesses they have. So we really don't know.
Let me bring back in Sierra Gillespie as we're waiting for this juror note, more explanation about what this juror note is. Sierra, you can let us know if you found out any further information about it. But more importantly, I want to ask you, you're outside the courthouse right now. There was quite a scene during the course of this trial. During opening statements, Kanye showed up at one point during the course of this trial. We all remember when Kid Cudi had to testify. What's happening right now outside the courthouse? Have you seen any notable figures? Are there people either in support of Diddy, against Diddy? I mean, this is now the start of jury deliberations. Theoretically, we could get a verdict today. Maybe unlikely, probably unlikely. But what are you seeing outside the courthouse right now?
Yeah, this is a good question because we have seen a couple of high-profile people like Kanye West, for example, or Kid Cudi, or of course Cassie, one of the star witnesses in all of this. As of right now, no celebrities that are here. Actually, we don't even have that much of a crowd. I mean, I guess I say not that big of a crowd. There usually is some sort of crowd outside of the courthouse, maybe 10 or 15 people over there. They're kind of the same people who have been here since the start, really. People who are live streaming, like you and I are, talking about the case. Most of them just with their phones, or maybe they have a selfie stick of some sort. And then the bulk of the people really are up and down the row I'm on here and even around the corner. Other people who have cameras set up and lights, people doing live shots. I've actually seen a lot of who I believe are tourists, you know, wearing the I Heart NY t-shirts, taking pictures of like me talking to you, Jesse. They'll be like, oh, there's a live report going on behind us. So mostly it's people who are like, hey, what's going on? Is there a verdict yet? So people are curious, but not a lot of commotion in the way of support for Diddy or support for Cassie. Not too much of that, but there's still time.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but do we know if there is an announcement of a verdict, how long it's going to be till that verdict is read? 30 minutes, an hour, 15 minutes? Because I imagine when it's announced, oh my gosh, there's a verdict, the scene outside could change, and could change quite rapidly.
Oh, yeah. And I do just want to note for all of our viewers that are here, we are up. We are in our little tent. We have our lights and our camera, and we're ready to go. So if we ever hear the word that there is a verdict, we will be up. We will be up as soon as we can. So, I mean, keep watching because you never really know when it's going to be, right? I know that Jesse's going to be glued to the chair at some point to make sure to share this news. We don't have it just yet. And to your question, Jesse, I don't know exactly. Generally, from the cases I've covered in the past, and you too, the bailiffs usually like to give media a heads up. I mean, if we're talking about our girl, Queen Elizabeth Milner, she's recognized by name and face inside now. So I'm pretty confident that they would tell her, okay, Elizabeth, hey, we have half an hour until we're going to read the verdict, whatever. But I don't have an official number or time amount that they would let us know.
Okay, and I know you're going to keep up to date on what that jury note is. So as soon as we have more information, could be quite telling. So we'll let everybody know. Want to bring back in Brian and Mauricio on this. So we have more chat, more questions.
One of them being that, the government put on its case and they were unable to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And for that reason, let's release him. Let's leave him in custody in his home. All the arguments that he made before, but now with the idea that, this isn't going to be a layup for the government. They've already swung and missed and failed. And there could be compelling reasons, I think, for a judge to maybe who's already heard the case, who's got his own views of the case, to come to a different decision with respect to detention. So I would expect it. And it would get a little bit different scrutiny than it did the first time, for sure.
Well, I would say yes, that if he was acquitted of any of the charges, right? If they're hung on other ones, but he's acquitted of any of the charges, I would agree with you. There could be a change in circumstances regarding risk of flight, regarding danger to the community. If he's no longer facing, let's say, a racketeering charge, or he's no longer facing a sex trafficking charge, right? But if he's hung and there's no decision couldn't the judge just say there's not a change in circumstance? He's still facing, unless of course,
Oh, sure.
the prosecution decides not to recharge him.
Sure. Legally, the judge would be on all fours to deny a motion, but this motion I think would be better than the
People
last
are
couple
afraid.
they filed because of the hung jury, if in fact there is one.
All of his friends.
Okay, Mauricio, over to you. This goes to the heart of a question that I have had since the beginning of this whole saga. The question, of course, is, we got it I think it was last week, if Diddy had settled with Cassie before the lawsuit was filed, before it was made public, would we be here? Right? That's a fair question. Well, Nancy Nicole D asks, if Cassie had been married to Combs or had lived with him in California, thereby making her able to sue for alimony instead of the short-lived New York victims law, which is, I believe, the law that she had used to file the lawsuit against him in November of 2023, got everything going, would Combs be here today? So if she was married to him in California and had, I guess, another legal avenue to sue him or collect money from him, although it doesn't change the fact that she probably could have still filed a lawsuit against him for these very same allegations. But you tell me where you stand on this.
Well, I mean, listen, whether or not she could have sued him for alimony, she sued him and she got $20 million. So we go back to the question that you posed, which is something that Brad has been pretty outspoken since the beginning of that he messed up in not resolving that case before it hit the media. And if he would have resolved that civil case, agreement regarding the terms of that, but he didn't. And when that became public, that's when it started to snowball and everything started to click, and then the video of the 2016 attack came out, and that's when the federal prosecutors started to listen and pay attention to the case and really try and formulate how they were going to convict them. So I don't know whether or not, if she would have been married to him, would have made a difference, but for sure, if he would have resolved that case prior to paying her the 20 million, prior to her it generating a case number, prior to it becoming a public record, it would have definitely played an important role in whether or not he would have been in the situation he's in right now.
Brian, we got a super chat question that came in from Christina Lester. Christina Lester, thank you so much. If this results in a hung jury, and when we say hung jury, basically the jury couldn't come to a decision, right? They were at an impasse. If this results in a hung jury, how quickly could another trial take place?
I mean, a judge could put it on his docket and retry it within a period of months. I would think a lot of that will depend on his custody status. If he remains in custody after a hung jury and the judge decides to keep him in custody, I think the defense will move quickly to say, hey, we want to go right back on trial as soon as possible because we want to end this for him and try to not have his incarceration prolonged any further. All they got to do is get the transcripts. As soon as the transcripts are transcribed, you're ready to rock and roll. You've already got the blueprint for how to try this case. So I wouldn't expect it would take a long period of time unless there's any appeals that are taken after the hung jury, which I'm not so sure they'd have the ability to do anyway. So quickly, yeah. I would think it would be quick, particularly with an incarcerated defendant like this.
I mean, he wanted to go to trial quickly on this. It's kind of rare to have a federal case go to trial in under a year from when you have arrest and indictment, but he was going full steam ahead. He didn't seem to me, once he couldn't make bail, he didn't want to spend one more day behind bars, and he thinks he has a good shot at getting acquitted. This is from Purple Sammy X. I'll go to you, Mauricio. Hi from England. Hi, that's amazing, so far away. What do you think the verdict will be as of now? And if guilty, how long do you predict he'll get?
Listen, that's a good question because they can convict him on a multitude of things. They can come back and convict him on everything, and then he would be looking at possibly a sentence over 25 years, and including up to life. Or they could, convict him of some things and acquit him of others. We've spoken a lot about the difficulties involved in the RICO, in the RICO count. But jurors, anytime that your freedom is in the hands of 6 or 12 or 14 jurors, anybody that does what we do, what attorneys do, knows that you have no idea what they're going to do. Everybody that's a trial attorney has won the ones that we should have lost, and we've lost the ones that we should have won. So jurors, for the most part, are pretty. You really don't know what you're gonna get. So and also you really don't know how the judge is gonna take this. It is a high profile case. There are the guidelines, but he could depart. He can go up or he can go down. So federal judges routinely can do whatever they want. They don't because they don't want to get appealed. But there's a lot of variables at play here.
Okay. Go to you, Brian. This is a super chat question from Huntertainment 2. Do the RICO predicates, do they all agree on, all need to be the exact same? I think the question is, let's be clear. I guess there's 8 underlying predicate crimes, right? The prosecution needs to prove at least 2. Does the jury need to agree on all of them, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Talk to us about the underlying predicate crimes, what the standard is, what the burden of proof is.
Yeah, they have to have unanimity on at least 2 predicates. So, whatever predicates they are unanimously agreed on, whether it be guilty or not guilty, they have to inform the court of that. And if there are 2 predicates that they are unanimous on, all agree as to that predicate.
Sorry about that, guys.
2 of them, then they've sustained their burden, and it would be a guilty verdict.
Mm-hmm. And we've been talking about whether some are stronger than the others, right? Transportation to engage in prostitution, drug distribution, maybe bribery. Okay, we got another question coming in from Rap Superstar. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Can you explain the coercion so we can understand, please? I think this is with respect to sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion with respect to Cassie, Ventura Fine, and Jane. What are we talking about when we say coercion?
So coercion, for instance, we'll give the example of I recorded you without your knowledge having this freak off. And if you don't do what I say, I am going to publish this and I'm going to ruin your career as a singer if you don't continue to come to these freak offs and have sex with whatever man I want you to. That's coercion. With Jane, I remember there was testimony about whether or not he was dangling her $10,000 a month rent, whether or not she was going to be homeless. Things of that could be coercion. And, you're pretty much forcing people to do something that they don't want to do with either a threat or either, the promise of something or taking away something. So, it seems to me that the government proved that they at some level, it's not the coercion that maybe we're used to. And I've made the distinction between, with sex trafficking, we're always thinking about, some van in New Mexico, shuffling teenage girls to a motel. But the law doesn't require it to be that. The law could be, private jet, 4 seasons. If it's sex trafficking, it's still sex trafficking. Like we learned that in the Epstein case.
Well, and I think it's also the idea of they've spent a long time talking about the guns, talking about the violence. I mean, focusing on the idea that Sean Combs went to go confront Suge Knight at Mel's Diner with guns. And if Cassie was aware of that, right, this is the environment she's in, this threatening, violent environment. I mean, I don't think the prosecution necessarily said this, but they should have, in my opinion. You know why she didn't fight back as much as she could have? You know why she didn't leave as much as she could have? You know why she didn't stand up? Because look at the 2016 tape. That was in store for her if she didn't do what he wanted. And, coercion can take many different forms. Now, the other side of it is the defense said she could leave anytime. She ultimately left. Nothing happened to her. Jane, they say he tried to do the right thing. He paid her rent. He's damned if he does. He's damned if he doesn't. So you have these competing narratives. I would love to be a fly on the wall in this jury deliberation process because I think they're going to be battling back and forth about whether or not these are willing participants and whether or not this is coercion. You could talk about violence, right? You could talk about force. Force is easily defined, but coercion, something else. Okay, I have a poll. Excuse me. Do you believe the jury will reach a verdict quickly? Yes, within a day or two, 64%. 36% say no, it will take several days. I am in the 36% camp. I think we've been talking about it, that it might take some time. Let me go to you, Brian, on this one. Debbie Phillips 176 asks, who protects all the witnesses if he walks?
If they're not already in witness protection.
Thank you, Jesse, for asking that question, or whoever told you to ask that question. I've been seeing what happens to, let me pull up that thumbnail from the other night. Let me just pull it up. I'm going to pull up one of them. I'm looking for it, guys. I see one, but there's a particular one that I'm looking for, and I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Here it is right here. Well, did he go home? So if he is found not guilty or 100 or whatever, and he go home, is there any imminent threat? Or if not just threats, are there, let me show you, threats to people he know? What if Diddy is found not guilty? Are there threats to his fake friends? When I say fake friends, the people that was all hanging at his party, all hanging around his neck, all up in them freak offs with him. Some of them rappers, some that taste that juice, hanging over the pool in a swing. All them other people, Stevie J, Ray J, Mary J. Blige, all of them people. What are y'all? We know what KK is, but what's the rest of you? Busta Rhymes, where you at, brother? Every time I saw you, you got your arms around him. You and Diddy be hooked up. Where are you? He's not part of the Fun Boys Club no more with you. What about the one that had his cleats, his clap? What about that one? The Philly rapper. What about the Philly rapper that dressed like him? What about you? Where's Usher? Where are y'all? I don't know. I'm just asking. I know where Ellen is. Ellen, she gone. Ellen just left. Ellen said she ain't coming back. You know what I'm saying? So some people I know ain't coming back. Y'all trying to leave. Cryptid to Browser Boy. Thank you for coming in. The case ain't a slam dunk. Like, I don't know what y'all see, but they don't expose nothing but his XEX life. I understand that. Cryptid, this is BT is responding to Cryptid 2. If not going to be a slam dunk, it's not going to be a slam dunk. It's the reason it taken the jury so long. Yeah, we got jury watch, guys, at the very top on the left-hand side of this video. You see what I say, the chat is screening, right in blue, blue box. That's the jury watch. We'll be here watching this jury. Was that was me too able? Awesome question. I hope I said it right. Awesome question. Where there for the benefits and not the support. What would life look like now? They're still going to stay away and hold they aren't next. I don't know what they at. Where's all his friends? Um, y'all know who I'm talking about. All the people that was at that party, at those parties. Y'all didn't miss a party. Y'all was hanging around, dancing. Y'all was all upstairs. Y'all was everywhere. Not everybody could go upstairs. Not everybody could stay past 4 o'clock or 12 o'clock. Some of y'all had to leave, but for the ones that had that permission slip to stay, where are you? Where are you? Where did you go? I don't see you. I don't know. So, do y'all have a fear for your life? If you don't, I'll be wondering why. Because y'all didn't show up. This Diddy said he didn't have nobody to testify for his character. All them employees that he employed, all those employees, all them friends and high places that he know. Where did y'all go? Did y'all pack up while I was sleeping or something? I don't know. But your guess is good as mine. I know it's not. I'm still looking for the underage trafficking charges. And have more evidence on that than Diddy. Okay. When the fire gets hot, the fake friends jump out of the fire and run, but the real friends will stick by you. Okay, a real friend. Let's name one. Stevie J. Stevie J, where are you? Why you didn't end up at the courtroom? You supposed to be. It's not like they was gonna call you on the stand because they know you lie more than anything. Stevie J is a big liar, but that don't mean you could not been in the courtroom. What happened to Stevie J? What happened to Faith Evans? Y'all, I'm just asking questions. Okay? I'm not trying to start nothing. I'm just asking questions. Okay? Okay. Let me let this play right quick so we don't get too behind.
And the answer is nobody. You know, the government's under no obligation to protect witnesses. And quite frankly, this isn't the kind of case where you would expect that kind of concern, at least coming directly from him. Now, fans and how crazy people react to these verdicts and acquittals and convictions, particularly in today's world. Obviously, everything is a danger. We see it day after day, but legally, nobody. If witnesses aren't testifying pursuant to some agreement where there's witness protection involved, then unless they've got the means, the local police and nobody.
By the way, just go back to you on this question, Brian. We have this note that we're waiting for. A note this early in the deliberations. What could it be, and what do you expect it won't be?
Well, sometimes I expected it's not a verdict, and I expected it's not a indication of them being hung in any way. I think what it probably is either a request for a clarification on an instruction or perhaps to see an exhibit. I don't know what exhibits have gone out with the jury. A lot of times, some of the first questions you got is, hey, could we see this tape? Could we see this text message? Could we see this particular document? And I suspect in this case, you're going to get a lot of those requests. But it also may be just a quick question about clarification of some instruction that one or more of the jurors heard that they need to hear once again.
So, Mauricio, I want to ask you this because I'm going to be switching gears. I'm going to have Segarra Gillespie jump on. I got to go record a sidebar, and she's going to cover our anchoring here. But I want to ask you this. You know, as we think about what the jury must be going through right now, and this is not to take away anything that they might be hearing or what they're considering. if the jury comes back with a question that signals to you a potential misunderstanding about the law, about what racketeering is, about what their duty is, about what deliberations are about, is that concerning? Is that concerning for the prosecution? Is that concerning for the defense? This is a very complicated case. Even as an attorney who has gone through the filings, I sometimes have to remind myself about what the elements are and what the task is. If they come back with a question that's, arguably concerning about the law, what would you be thinking about it?
Well, listen, those questions are, they're the worst. Like everybody gets so nervous and you try and read so much because you really want to be that fly in the wall that you're talking about. You really want to get an inside idea of what the jurors are thinking, what the foreperson is thinking. But if they come back and they're confused regarding the law, then the judge is going to point them to the jury instructions. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what the jury instructions are there to do, to instruct the jury and to make sure that they're clear on the law, on the elements of the law, and on what they need to consider to either, acquit him or find him guilty of the different counts. So it's concerning. Now, if it's more concerning towards the prosecution or to the defense, the actual question is what's going to really determine who's more nervous, whether it's going to be the defense or whether it's going to be the prosecution, depending on the question.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Brian, Mauricio, stand by. I'm going to be jumping out, okay? Sierra Gillespie is going to be jumping in. We're taking more of your questions. We will find out what this jury note is about. We are in verdict watch right now in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. We'll be right back right after this.
Okay, guys, we're back at the courtroom watch. While we're watching this, I'm going to play a video for you all, okay? I'm going to do a video. But let me just say, for everybody that used to being in my life before, y'all know how we do it, okay? So I go in and out. And I always keep an eye on the courtroom doors. I always keep an eye on that courtroom door, okay? You may not be able to see the courtroom door, but I can see the courtroom door. So, with that being said, let me see. Have I missed any comments? No, I read that one. Okay, I read that one. Okay, I haven't missed any. Okay, we're gonna continue to see what else is going on. All right, but like I said, I keep an eye on the courtroom door. So if anything breaks, y'all will know. We're 1 hour, 53 minutes. Let me just refresh and make sure that is correct. Oh, shoot.
Gus, Mauricio, I've got to
I'm not
ask
pausing
you,
no
what
more.
does this mean? What are your thoughts?
This is new.
Early on, they're fighting.
Once-
They're not even fighting about
this
the
is new.
decision. They're fighting about how they're gonna come up to the decision. So I think that when you read into the question, I think what the question's highlighting is a power play that's going on. So one person is not getting along with another person. Maybe the foreperson has a problem with another person, and now he's saying, you're not following the rules given to us by the court. But when I hear that question, for me, it highlights that there's personality issues at play, and that they're fighting. So
They're fighting.
let's see what happens. But shocking that it's happening so quickly. And
They're
imagine
fighting
it's not.
already.
It would foreshadow that this is going to be a long, drawn-out deliberation. That they've come up with that question only 2 hours in.
And I mean, the jury is so important, right? They're so paramount into all of this. And as you were talking, Mauricio, I was thinking the same thing. Like, if they're already arguing about all of this, we're looking at a long deliberation time, which, by the way, I am hosting live from the field, so I don't have a projection of like what we're seeing. So I do want to say that our note, I think I said we weren't quite at 2 hours yet. It looks like we're at 2 hours and 2 minutes, at least in the last minute, as far as the jury clock or the deliberation clock, rather. It's being kind of funky, but that's kind of where we're at. So 2 hours, either way, pretty early. Now, I got to get to some of our viewer questions that we have for you guys, because a lot of you have provided us with some really stellar questions. So I'm going to start with this one for you, Brian. This is A Fly Guy says, a question for the panel. Is the jury in a federal trial exposed to the gallery where those people could see them, or are they somewhat secluded? And I believe I have a general answer to this. I haven't been inside the courtroom, but we do have our reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who's been in, talked to us about how the jurors are responding to things specifically like those freak-off videos, were they hiding their faces? What were they doing? So what is your answer to this, Brian? Can they see the gallery and kind of interact in a way?
Well, in every trial I've ever had, the jury can see the gallery. They can see the entire courtroom, and the entire courtroom can see them. I know that there are issues in this case where they have kind of blocked off things for one reason or another. But the simple answer is yes, they're supposed to be able to see the gallery. It is a public courtroom, and it should be open, and it should be, a situation where everybody can see everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that is the beauty of America. These are public courthouses. So if you are watching right now and you want to come see the Diddy trial, I mean, they are in deliberation, so they're a bit more secluded then, but you're allowed to just come down to this courthouse here in Southern Manhattan, walk in and go. I mean, that's really all you need. Now, for a case like P. Diddy, obviously, there's a bigger list. There's media credentials and things that go into it, but that's really what it is. And it's only kind of different in the federal system that we don't get cameras because it is federal. In some states, we can live stream the court. I mean, I know a lot of you Law&Crime viewers have seen all of that. So it is interesting. Now, on to another question that we have from one of our viewers, Navy Mom FL, I'm guessing Florida, 7294. This one's going for you, Mauricio, because I know you have a history with Florida. So maybe this question doesn't have anything to do with Florida, but hey, I'm connecting you two. Now, she says, Law&Crime Network, what are the odds jury tampering occurred? And did Diddy somehow pay off a juror? Sounds like a movie, but movies are based on reality. I mean, anything's possible in this case, Mauricio. What do you think about jury tampering?
Well, listen, anything's possible, but I think it's a stretch to read that into the note that was just published from the jury. They're just saying that there's a juror that refuses to abide by the rules given to them by the court. It's a little bit of a stretch to now imply that P. Diddy bought a juror, but I mean, the way that he's conducted himself, not only historically but ever since his incarceration, it wouldn't be something that I don't think anybody would be shocked at. Because he seems to be such a controlling individual. He seems to be the type of guy that thinks that he can control anything, including a federal trial, including jurors. So I wouldn't be shocked if something like that comes out eventually, especially since I remember in this case they had him on the jail phone talking to people and trying to influence certain people. I know that he tried social media to try and influence, certain chunks of the population with his social media presence. So I wouldn't be shocked, but it is a stretch to read that into the note that was just published.
Now, I do have a real-time update for all of you. Thank you, by the way, to our producers who are working tirelessly on this live stream to bring you the updates. Juliana, Jordan, Alex, Nick, so many people are going into making this possible. So keep sending us questions and shout-outs for those people. I love to say it. Okay, so here's an update that we have about juror number 25, right? The juror in question who says they may not be able to follow the directions, the jury instructions. So here's what we know. According to NBC, I do want to cite that. Juror number 25, a 51-year-old male from Manhattan who has a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience, so got the credentials there. He listens to classical music and opera, and his hobbies include art, science, cooking, and the outdoors. Okay, so now that we know a bit more about that juror, Ryan, does it make any more sense why this person would have any sort of problem following these instructions? He's clearly an educated person who should be able to follow them. Do you think it's more of a moral or ethical issue?
It makes absolutely no sense to me based on the individual that you've just described, if in fact that is the individual who, according to the foreman, is creating the problem. But, people are, as Mauricio will tell you, everybody's different. Everybody reacts to things differently. Everybody's got their own personalities. There may be significant personality conflicts. You may have the foreperson being of one personality, the individual in question of another, and they're just colliding. And you see that a lot with juries. You just don't see that kind of question this quickly. Usually you get that kind of a question 2 days after deliberations, where everybody's been banging their heads and they can't have a meeting of the minds, and somebody goes and sits in a corner. You never have it 2 hours in. So there's a significant issue here where somebody has angered somebody else, or basically decided that they're just not going to communicate in some fashion, which is a real danger for the prosecution.
It sounds like things are fiery. I mean, I'm here in Manhattan. I have my fan. This is my third fan. I have 2 more here. So things are hot outside, and it sounds like things are hot inside too. I mean, if this soon, what you're saying, Brian, this soon we have somebody who's stirring the pot in this way, I mean, I don't know, things are fiery. And again, I did describe juror number 25. I talked about, his history, all of that. That is from NBC. I do want to cite that and report that because we're still early on in as far as our reporting about this specific juror. So I gotta make sure to cite them and all of that. Now, we do have another person who wrote in asking about this question. And I guess this just goes to show we've been live streaming all day. We keep bringing you guys the updates. It's a bit out of date now, but I do still want to shout her out. Her name is Emily Atelier, I believe. She says, hey, what could this potential note from the jury be, which we, of course, now do know? What would be the question you would want to know this soon in deliberation? And I just had to shout her out. We, of course, now know what it is, so we'll discuss that. But she says, love the show. Thank you for your amazing coverage on this trial. So thank you so much, Emily, for watching. And any of you who have questions, again, keep dropping them down. Now, here's another viewer question we have. Can you ask the panel about their experience on working with jury consultants? Have either of you worked with the brilliant Linda Moreno, who's Diddy's jury consultant before? Mauricio, I'm going to toss that one to you. What do you make of jury consultants, which obviously are very important considering the jury is very important?
But I have worked with various jury consultants. I think they're important. If you have to get the right fit for the right case, and nowadays there's consultants that really use social media, and they while you're doing voir dire and you have your co-counsel, there's consultants that are right there on the spot researching to give you a better idea of who the juror is when taking into consideration their social media profile and their whatever digital footprint they've left out there, so you have an idea of politically where they stand. So nowadays consultants that actually use that type of technology can really assist you like never before. So this is a whole new time for trial attorneys to take advantage of the fact that people's lives, their opinions, their mindset, all of it is public information many times that you could find and you could use to your advantage. And at the end of the day, picking a jury is the most stressful part of a trial. Why? Because trial attorneys know that you make a mistake there, you're going to lose. So regardless of what you did during the trial, if you made a mistake and you got that wrong juror on the jury, all of it was for nothing. The 8, 9, 10 weeks, and I've seen it play out in front of my face to my detriment and to my favor. So I've been around long enough to see it, work in both ways.
I mean, the stakes here are really high. The jury is of the utmost importance in all of this. And like I said, Diddy faces life in prison. That's why this is so important for the jury and this jury issue for it to get solved, which, by the way, we're going to stay on, hopefully, until we have some sort of resolution in all of this. So don't go away, you guys. We're going to take a quick break right now and then come back, hopefully, with some updates very soon. So stick with us.
Okay, they're taking a break. Now, while they take their break, we're going to watch this right quick. Let me find it right quick. And as soon as the break is over, this is only 1:39 seconds. So that's why we're going to watch it. We don't want to take a chance and miss anything, okay? Remember, I always said I got great videos for y'all, and y'all know I do. I be pulling up some good stuff for you. Okay? I mean, the last two lives was on point. This is what NBC News. Okay? They say Sean Diddy Combs trial to enter the final phase with the jury deliberation. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and watch this, guys. It's not that long, and I keep my
Following
eye.
7 weeks.
I will keep my eye at the front door of the courthouse. Oh, this is the front door too.
Of dramatic testimony on Monday, the fate of hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs will officially be in the hands of a jury. A group of 8 men and 4 women will begin deliberating in New York federal court to determine whether Combs is guilty of 5 felony charges, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, 2 counts of sex trafficking, and 1 count of racketeering. The Grammy Award winner has pled not guilty, his defense team making their closing arguments Friday, telling the jury the claims against Combs are badly exaggerated and part of his swingers lifestyle.
He may have done bad things, the defense argued, but he didn't do these federal crimes.
But prosecutors alleging the singer, who didn't testify, ran a criminal enterprise and that Combs used power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. The prosecution calling 34 witnesses, including his longtime ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors playing jurors this 2016 security video showing Combs beating Ventura at a Los Angeles hotel, saying Combs physically abused and sex trafficked her and another woman, forcing them to participate in sexual encounters Combs called freak-offs. But Combs' lawyer telling the jury there's no evidence to support those claims and that if he was charged with domestic violence, he would have pled guilty. On Monday, the judge will give jurors instructions before deliberating behind closed doors. They need to reach a unanimous agreement on each count, with Combs facing the possibility of 15 years to life in prison if convicted. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
We thank you for watching and remember.
Hope y'all. Okay, here it is. Okay, let me get that back.
Before that, we get a note from the jury, okay? And I want to go through, for those of you who are just tuning in with us, so we can kind of go back and talk about what we know right now. So at first we report, okay, we're getting a note. Don't know what it is. The prosecution reads it first and then over to the defense. So if I can go through, I'm sorry, I have so many notes and I'm hosting from the field. So I have to go back to find where this jury note is from, is saved for me. And again, I guess this just goes to show that we're live throughout all of this, you guys. We are here camped outside of the courthouse. We will continue to bring you updates as soon as we have them, as often as we do. So that's why sometimes things are a little scrambly, because we want to make sure that we can get them to you as soon as we possibly can. So here it is. I have found it. Now, the judge says we have received a note from the jury that we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow the instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. And the judge says, I suggest we ask for more information. After this, United States Assistant Attorney Maureen Comey, she says, may we have a moment to digest, Your Honor, what you have proposed? This is very sensitive. Mark Agnifilo then replies and says, I suggest we just tell them early, you are just getting started. If there is a further issue, please let us know. So then Comey replies and says, if we go that route, we suggest instructing jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. And then she cites a specific case from prior to all of this. So the juror in question is juror number 25. Okay, so right away we're asking, which juror is this? We have so many, we want to narrow it down. And this is per reporting from NBC that juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male from Manhattan who has a PhD in molecular biology and in neuroscience. He listens to classical music and opera, and his hobbies include art, science, cooking, and the outdoors. So that's kind of what we know as of right now. I have one more update for you that is brand new to our live stream. The judge says it's 1:48 p.m. So this is just a couple of minutes ago. It's 1:48 p.m. See if you can come to an agreed upon note I'll come back at 2 p.m. and we'll figure this out, okay? So that's 7 minutes from right now. Right now it's 1:53, so we could have an answer really soon, but right now all we have is questions. So who better to ask these questions to than our all-star panel who have agreed to stay on late with us today. So let's bring those guys out. Criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and criminal defense attorney Brian McMonigal. Thank you both for sticking with us. And I think we've talked about it, but just how important it is to have a note like this so early in jury selection. Mauricio, I know we talked about this a bit more, but we are getting viewers by the second. So I got to ask again, what do you make of this note and how important is it?
I think it illustrates that they're fighting. I think it illustrates that there's personality conflicts. If you read the note, that he's not obeying the court rules, or at the end of the day, maybe what it is that he's saying, either he's saying, I think he's guilty or I think he's innocent, and that's it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. And someone's telling him, no, we need to discuss it further. And maybe he's refusing one way or another. We know he's an intelligent person. He has a PhD. So it could be the type of guy where he says, listen, I've made up my mind. I don't need to discuss this any further. And maybe the situation is that everybody else in the room is telling him, no, pursuant to the court's instruction, we need to fully flesh out why you feel that way. We need to continue to discuss it. And maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he's like, there's nothing else to discuss. I've sat through this trial for 8 weeks. I either think he's guilty or I think he's not guilty. And they're telling him, no, we need to continue to hash this out. We need to continue to talk. And maybe he doesn't want to talk. If anything, I feel that the note is showing that maybe the foreperson doesn't have either the personality or the ability to deal with juror 25. And that could have been brewing for the past 8 weeks during the trial. Maybe these are two people that have been butting heads that don't like each other. And now it's come to fruition. Now it's a time that they really need to cooperate and work together. And maybe he's saying, listen, I've made up my mind. I don't need to discuss it any further. And they're telling him, no, this is a group exercise and we need to come to an agreement together. Maybe that's what it is.
And I mean, at this point, we're about 2 months into the trial, way longer than 2 minutes. It feels like 2 minutes worth of deliberations. But you know what I'm trying to say? Like, these people who have been sitting there on the jury day after day, they've been hearing it. And I know we went into voir dire where they're supposed to have an open mind. But I mean, Brian, is it possible that as we're going through this and hearing all of the testimony and the evidence, that juror number 25 in his head is like, okay, I'm not talking to anyone about this until deliberations, but he's guilty. Okay, I think he's guilty. And he doesn't want to discuss things. I mean, is that something that could be part of the problem, Brian?
Absolutely. I mean, it could certainly be the case that this individual's come to a verdict and doesn't really need further dialogue. What's really stunning to me, and I know I've said it, is how quick this note came and the fact that the note came at all. I mean, this is a foreman in a jury telling the entire world, really, if you think about it, because of the high publicity nature of this trial, that a juror is out of bounds, that one of their fellow number is engaging in misconduct, informing on that other juror. Imagine now the dynamics. And did the rest of the jurors agree that that note should be sent? Did all 10 other jurors, in addition to the foreman, say, yeah, we better let the judge know that this guy or this person, I should say, is not cooperating? That's the thing that really strikes at me, that it happened so quickly and that there has really been a telling on this juror by another juror, the foreperson. I've never seen anything happen like this so quickly in deliberations. It really is stunning, and it doesn't bode well for a quick verdict at all if there's ever going to be one.
This is a monumental trial for so many reasons, least of all what you just said. You've never seen anything like this happen before. And I guess it does kind of get me wondering, is this kind of a tattletale situation where it's only the foreperson who's like, I'm upset with this, I'm going to write in that note? Or is it majority of the jury who's like, hey, this is a red flag? I mean, when I think of jury deliberations, first of all, we all want to be a fly on the wall and know what's going on in there. But I always think of 12 Angry Men, the classic movie. There could just be that one who's like, I'm not changing my mind. You know, if that's what it is what it is. And is it the foreperson or the jury as a whole that is having issues with it? I mean, We can speculate, and let's do it. But first, I do have to give you a quick update. Per CNN, the parties are proposing that the judge send a note back to the panel. So, Mauricio, I'm going to go to you on that. It's kind of a two-parter. One, what would that even kind of look like with the judge sending this note back? Would they be further instructions? What would that look like? And then kind of off the tail end of what Brian is saying, he says, if at all there is a verdict, could this then lead to a mistrial?
Well, listen, the problem is that when they're telling the judge to send a note back into the jury, judges are very hesitant to start doing that because that's a communication that the judge is having with the jury. So a lot of judges want to avoid that because now we're talking about appellate issues. Like, you know, I didn't sit through the trial, so I can't speak about the appellate issues that actually occurred with the objections at trial and things of that nature. But one way or the other, when you have this type of situation with a juror, that's going to be an appeal one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like whether or not, if he sends a note back later on, the language in that note is going to be highly scrutinized. What occurred with that juror is going to be highly scrutinized. Whatever happens with them, like if they replace him with an alternate, that's going to be scrutinized. So what's happening right now in real time is going to be later on scrutinized by appellate attorneys with their highlighters, and I could expect that this would end up in some type of a appellate motion in the future.
Oh, it's so interesting to think because sometimes when we're just watching a case, we're like, okay, is it going to be guilty or is it going to be not guilty? Those are the options, plus maybe a mistrial in there. Who's to say? But a good defense attorney, their job is to keep track of everything so that if there is a conviction, we have an appeal. And so I'm sure you're right, Mauricio, that whatever is written on this note by Judge Arun Subramanian, if that is in fact sent over to the jury, is going to be so important. For those of you just joining us, hi, thanks for tuning in. And remember, you can send us any sort of questions for our all-star panel that we have here. And I have another one for you now. This is from Liz Murph. So I'm going to send this one over to you, Brian. And this is a good question, Liz. Okay, so how/why is the jury made up of 8 men and just 4 women? 2 times the men than the women, watching hours of sex tapes and all the rest, which she doesn't write, but I'm just going to say freak-offs. Is gender not considered, even giving the subject matter in this case? Brian, what do you think? I mean, I do think that the gender is pretty important in all of this. What are your thoughts?
Well, blame the lawyers because they picked the jury. You know, both sides had the ability to pick jurors. I don't know what the composition of the entire panel is. Sometimes, you know, I've recently had it in a case where a lot of the potential panel was female. But here, I think with jury consultants and the like, there was a significant thoughtful decision to put more men on the jury than women for whatever reason. And you know, I've said it 100 times. You know, trying to ascribe, gender-wise, what's better in a case involving sexual allegations is sometimes a fool's errand. And the fact that it's 8-4 is simply a reflection of the lawyers' choices. The government wanted those 12 people. The defense wanted those 12 people. And it turned out to be 8-4 men to women. It sometimes is completely the opposite. Just had a jury recently that was 10-2 women to men. And it was really just, it had nothing to do with gender, the case. It was just the way that the strikes went and the way that the panel was constructed. So I wouldn't read a lot into it, but if someone's upset about it, it's the blame or the praise that should be given to the jury for the jury they picked because they decided who was going to be on that jury.
I've said this before, and I'm happy to say it again right now. I've talked about it on my show Scandal, which, by the way, if you like what you're seeing today, I cover P. Diddy on my channel, and I also cover all things celebrity gossip and crime. So make sure to subscribe to all of that. But I've said it before, and here I am again. I do not envy these jurors because they have to go through a lot. I mean, not only just sitting there and hearing the witness testimony and seeing these very graphic images or videos or text messages for that matter, some of the things that were read in court, I wouldn't want to speak aloud here on this live stream. But not only do they do that, but they have to follow all of these instructions, which now I guess we've seen one of these jurors apparently can't follow the instructions or won't follow the instructions. Hopefully we'll have more clarification. And actually, I kind of want to ask you guys about this too, because specifically mentioned in all of this, Maureen Comey threw out something called U.S. versus Baker. She kind of cited this as a former case. Now, this is from Inner City Press's reporting. While still waiting, in a case USA Comey cited, so she cited USA versus Baker, Second Circuit upheld removal of a juror who, quote, refused to participate in deliberations as required by her obligations as a juror, despite the rule of Thomas, which was the first case that had been cited. So, Mauricio, I know that this is a lot and I'm throwing this at you, but I'm wondering, do you know about this case at all in the past, US versus Baker, or what it all this means?
It's a case that highlights, jury misconduct and when you can replace a juror and when you can't. I think that's what he was getting at. He's basically saying, listen, it's not that simple a decision on whether or not we're going to keep this juror or not, or we don't want to interfere with the process of the jury. So I don't know. It's been a minute since I've read it, but I think it's a case that highlights, improper actions and regarding jurors. So for the most part, judges want to allow the jury to do their own thing. The moment that the case gets into the hands of the jury is supposed to, conduct its own thing. And you don't want to really affect that, because anything that you do is going to be scrutinized. Like right now, if the judge writes them a note and says, anything where the judge is crossing over and really instructing them improperly, then it could be a mistrial, then it could be an appeal. So judges don't want to cross any lines. They want to let them do their own thing. So I would envision that if the judge does write a note back, it's going to be very generic. Keep trying, continue to work together, look at the evidence. In my opinion, in my experience, that's the only type of communication that you can expect from a judge to a jury, because judges at the end of the day, they don't want to get appealed.
When you said keep trying, it sent me back to Prairie Elementary School, where I went as a kid. And when you didn't do well on your assignment, the teacher would give you a sticker that said, keep trying, you guys. So that's kind of what it sounds like to me, being very generic. And to your point here, I mean, this isn't Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in 2003, where you can phone a friend. Once the case is given to the jury, it's given to the jury. It's up to them. They can't go back and say, well, hey, what do you think, defense attorneys? What was your thoughts on this? They're supposed to discuss it together. So to your point, I mean, I don't know. They should be talking it out. And also, I do have another update from court as of 2:02 p.m. So just a couple of minutes ago, the judge asks, do we have an agreed upon response? So it seems like perhaps maybe he's asking that the defense and the prosecution work together for a response to the jury. Now, Combs is Mark Agnifilo says, no, we do not. And Comey says, Ms. Slavic has emailed it to Chambers, which, so she's sent off the email, it sounds like. Now, the judge asks, do we have the defense proposal? Comey says, okay, it's going to be in Ms. Slavic's email. Now, another update, the judge said, I would prefer, hold on one second. I'm sorry. We're getting so many updates in all of this. And again, just to remind any of you who are just tuning in, I'm live hosting from the field and getting updates second by second. So I'm trying to bring them to you as fast as I can and give you all of the updates on all of that. Okay, so the judge says, I would prefer to have a neutral response like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead, okay? Then Agnifilo replies and says, there is no suggestion the juror will not follow instructions, so our proposal is more inert. So, okay, Brian, break this down for me. Does it sound like both sides are working together, the defense and the prosecution, to come up with a response that the judge will write out, but they're maybe disagreeing on it? What does all this mean?
Well, you can count on disagreement. And what the judge is trying to do, and it was highlighted earlier, this judge doesn't want to create a problem. And so the judge smartly is saying to the parties, hey, listen, I'm not going to listen to you guys complain later. Give me what you collectively want me to do. And he's doing that for a very good reason.
Hi, Nicki on narcissism, news on narcissism. Thank you for being here. Thank you. And move your mind and soul. If they remove, my voice is trying to go away. If they remove that juror, it has to be a mistrial. Okay, thank you.
because he wants to protect both interests, both parties, and not give them a reason to complain later. The defense, though, very smartly is basically saying, no, we're not going to agree with some instruction that the government agrees to just for the sake of agreement. We're concerned about Diddy's rights. We're concerned about this case. We're concerned about removing a potential juror or influencing a verdict at this point. So it doesn't surprise me that the parties don't agree. They haven't agreed for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And my guess is that the judge will, as he is suggesting, send something very neutral back to this jury so he can't be accused later on appeal of in some way molding this jury into a verdict, or perhaps causing a situation where a juror has to be removed. And that's the last thing anybody wants. But that case they cited is precisely what happened. You can remove a juror who simply is obstinate and not willing to interact and think through a verdict with his fellow jurors. But the judge is playing it right. It's the smart move. Try and get them to agree so nobody can complain later.
Ryan, you're so right. I don't know why I was in any way surprised that the defense and the prosecution weren't exactly on the same page here, when they haven't been on the same page at all. They've had lots of arguments in the weeks, months really, since we talked about this case, since the indictment back in September of last year. So of course they're going to disagree on this, right? And it's so important too. And actually there's another instance that we recently saw of a major disagreement from the government and of course the defense. And that takes us back to June 16th, when juror number 6 was dismissed. So on that day, the judge actually dismissed juror 6 over the juror's inconsistent disclosures about where he lives. So another dismissal that occurred earlier on in all of this. And if you guys remember all of this, it was that the juror said that he lived in New York. He had a New York ID, a New York license. However, he stayed with his girlfriend, the mother of his child, at times in New York. But he specified, I believe it was his aunt. So this is off the top of my head. So if I'm wrong, chatters, correct me, because I know you've been following the case too. But I believe he was saying that he was staying, in New York most of the week. His mail was still sent there. He had his ID. And yet the inconsistent responses there were a red flag from the government. However, the defense wanted to keep this juror. They wrote a really lengthy motion in order to keep this juror. They talked specifically about how this is a black juror. They want to keep him on. They highlighted that incredibly. What do you think about that, Mauricio? Is that at all telling this past of dismissing juror number 6 with what could happen in the future for this issue with juror number 25?
Well, first of all, obviously the defense is going to make a big deal about striking a juror that's of the same race as your client. You want juries to take into consideration to be equal when it comes to race. You want all races represented, and you want the race of your particular client to be represented in the jury. Now, if they excluded that juror, that's going to be an appellate issue for sure. One way or the other, they got rid of him, and that motion that the defense wrote is not only to try and convince the judge not to do it, but to solidify the issue in the future for the appeal, because you want to make sure that you make all your arguments and you put your objection on the record. Now, if they already did that once during trial because they had no choice, the judge is going to be really hard pressed to do it again. He doesn't want a mistrial. He doesn't want to create appellate issues. And at the end of the day, the reason that this is so shocking, and I think Brian would agree, that they did it so quickly. So it's more an indictment as to the jury as a whole, as to the foreperson, about working together, as it is regarding juror number 25. Because even if juror number 25 was being hard-headed, even if juror 25 was being stubborn, it's the role of the foreperson and the role of the jury to continue to try and talk. Listen, why do you feel that way? Let's listen. At the end of to throw your hands up within 2 hours and write a note, writing them out to the judge, that is not indicative that the jury as a whole is functioning as they should. And it would be worrisome, I think, more for the prosecution than the defense, because at the end of the day, a mistrial or a hung jury is a loss for the prosecution more than it is for the defense, because for the defense, if you get a hung jury in a case like this and they decide to retry it, you already know their case. They didn't put up a defense, but the prosecution put up their case. That means that now the defense knows everything that you have. There are no more secrets.
And that's not something we want to see right this far into all of it after 8 weeks of coverage, not to mention all the civil cases we hear of personally covered on Law&Crime. We want to know the verdict, right? I think that's what everyone wants. And by the way, I do have an update right now from court. So this is definitive what's going on. The judge says, I don't want to suggest to the jury that there is any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want them to tell them they just got started. I'm going with the government version. We will print that out and send it on. So it sounds to me like Judge Arun Samaranian is saying, hey, there's no time length here. If you guys feel like you've come to a decision here, that's it, okay? So it sounds like whatever the government had written up, that Christy Slavic had written up, it sounds like that is what is going to be sent over to the jury, and that's that. So I guess we're going to see what happens. And by the way, I do want to thank everyone who's been with us on this live stream. Again, I'm reporting live here in the Southern District of New York. Behind me is the courthouse where the deliberations are ongoing right now. So if there are any other updates that come, we have our live equipment right here. We can be up in a flash. So stick with us, stay on our live stream. We'll make sure to bring you any updates as we have them. For now, I'm going to close out though and say thank you very much to both of our amazing guests, Mauricio and Brian, for sticking on with us a little bit longer and breaking down this really, really important juror issue. Thank you both for sticking with us. And also, if you can't get enough Diddy, just like me, and if you love Jesse Weber, just like I do, make sure to take a look at the podcast that we have now. It's the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by none other than Jesse Weber. So it's back starting June 17th. So it's already back exclusively on Wondery Plus. The trailer just dropped, and you can find it right now on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Make sure to subscribe now to be the first to know when there are any sort of Diddy updates. Jesse and his guests will be there breaking down each day of testimony in a compelling narrative that features incredible live reporting from our very own Queen Elizabeth Milner and some of your favorite guests. Take a listen.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over.
I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
Guys, we're in front of the courthouse right now. Anything else break, remember, I'm going to be keeping an eye on everything. So if anything else break, I will switch it over to you all right away. Okay? Somebody's taking good pictures of the courthouse. He was going to use them and something as a thumbnail or something. I got my good pictures of the courthouse. But anyway, so I want you all to see this video. Let me see, can I find it? Here it is. Can't say every video I show you got meaning to it, okay? Some is just so we can have some fun, okay? Let me pause this. Okay. Here we go. She's outside in front of the courthouse, guys. Okay. Let me see. Okay, here she is. She's going to tell us what's going on, I guess. I haven't seen it. Okay. So here we go.
So I am at 500 Pearl Street. I was just in the courtroom with Diddy and his whole entire family, bodyguards and everything. And now the jury went to deliberate. They went into the separate room to deliberate. And me and some of us here, we're just waiting and just waiting it out. And it's a lot gonna be going on out here today, as we all await to see what the jury will decide by the end of the day today at 5 p.m. I'll get back to you guys and let you guys know what's going on. Thank you.
I like her outfit, but I don't know whether it's the place for it. But let me just say, I like that outfit. Okay? Yes, I do. I do like it. But I don't think it's the place for that outfit. But it does match her hair, you know. But let's see what else is going on. We are in, let me see how many hours so far in delivery, in the verdict watch. We're 2 hours and 43 minutes in the verdict watch. Once the judge read off the instructions, gave everybody instructions on from the court, he gave all the jurors instructions. It's 8 men and 4 women. And then juror number 51, which is a male, educated. He got a PhD. He's very educated. He have lots of different hobbies, okay? Fun hobbies. Some things I like to do. But anyway, it was said he cannot follow the instructions of the court. What part that you cannot follow? It ain't like we got somebody off the street. We got a highly educated person. And I'm quite sure you can follow those instructions if you want to. I think he don't like nobody telling him what to do, first of all. He may be a narcissist. I'm not sure. I'm just giving my guess. Okay, my opinion. He may be a narcissist, not liking people telling him what to do. He may think everybody in that room is below him and you can't tell me what to do. Or his mind was already made up. Or he's trying to get them to declare a mistrial. I'm just throwing out things, you know. After watching all them porn tapes, I guess he said, that's enough for me. I got a chance to see what I want to see. Now I'm out of here. I don't think he wants to vote with the rest of the jurors. I don't know. I'm just giving my educated opinion. Sounds like he may be a narcissist to me too. Yeah, something is going on with juror number 51, male. Yeah, something is going on. We're going to keep up with the verdict watch. We're 2 hours and 46 minutes. So if anything else break on that, I will be coming to you right away. But let's see what else is going on. Because I don't have time to fool with these crazy folks. And to me, he's one of the crazy ones. Okay, let's see what went on inside the jury room. Let me put this over here so I can see what's went on. Okay. I think everybody is out here today in front of the courthouse. Okay, this is with CNN Entertainment News. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I always make note. And anytime I use any major news outlet, I put that information down in my description box below my video. Okay? Let me just do this. I make sure, and it will be under what you call credit. When you see credit, it tells you who that credit goes to. Let me just put this in here. Okay, I'm just making sure I note it because I don't want to get ahead of myself and forget. That's the last thing I want to do. I don't like forgetting something. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. Okay. This is the jury begins deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs trial from CNN. All right. And this is today, which is June 30th, Monday. Okay. In the court today, I'm going to read off what they got going on here. In the court today, where's my glasses? Let me just do this, guys. I'll just have to excuse me. I know I look a hot mess right now. In the jury hands, jurors are now deliberating in Sean Diddy Combs' federal criminal trial. Note from the judge. About an hour into their deliberation, just 1 hour into it, the juror just sent out a note saying there are concerns. One of the jurors cannot follow the judge's instructions. Lord, give me a break. Wait now. He cannot follow the judge's instructions? What part can he not follow? That don't make no sense. Do that make any sense to y'all? A highly educated person can't follow the judge's. Oh no, I see it for what it is. He can't follow the judge's instructions. The judge sent a note back reminding the jurors of their obligation to follow his instructions on the law. What part of this is that jury trying to follow Diddy's instructions? Because we already know Diddy is running this trial right now. He is running his team of 8 lawyers. He is running them already. We already know that. Now, is this juror, when Diddy was doing all that nodding over there and looking at him and stuff, is that one of the jurors that made eye contact with him and understood what he was saying and maybe nodded back with him or locked in eyes and letting him know that I got you, brother? We ain't gonna have that. We ain't gonna have that. The charges. Combs, 55, is charged with 5 counts. 1 count of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts each of XEX trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. If found guilty of the most serious charges, he could face up to life in prison. Okay, now we get into it. That was a summary of this morning. That was a summary of this morning and what Sean can face if found guilty. Okay, now this is 15 minutes ago. The judge to send the jury reply. Oh, wait now, okay, that is, okay, I am going the right direction. Okay, the judge to send the jury a reply note. The judge was stating, receive your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligations to follow my instructions on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. The note also instructs the juror not to reveal any specifics about their deliberations in any future notes. Judge is trying to say, don't talk about it in the notes. Don't be writing no note to me or to nobody talking about it. They understand this man is educated. He's 51 years old. An old man. He know better. He know better. Ain't nobody got to walk him like he's a child or something. The judge adopted language proposed by prosecutors. The defense had proposed a similar note. The defense is always trying to say mistrial. They want to do a mistrial. They ain't fooling me. The defense ain't fooling nobody. Okay. The jurist notes about the wild card. The juror is significant, legal expert says. Shortly after the jury began deliberations, the four-person sent a note to the judge expressing concerns that jury number 25 cannot follow. Is it 20? Wait now. This is 25 minutes ago. Jury number 25 cannot follow the honor's instructions. Let me ask y'all a question. Did that woman say jury number? No, it was jury number 25. He was 51 years old. So it is jury number 25. Scratch that jury number I said. If I said it wrong before, it's jury number 25, and he's 51 years old with a PhD. I just want to make sure I got corrections in that, just in case. Okay? This is a significant development in the case because the concern is being raised so early in deliberations. Okay? According to someone named Allen, I'm not going to say his last name because a jury consultant, an attorney not affiliated with the case. There's a wild card on this jury, and this is significant. It happened incredibly quick. There's a lot give and take, back and forth. Deliberations can get incredibly heated, and that's part of the process. So the attorney with the first name Allen told CNN, for the jurors, and I'm not going to say his last name because I don't want to pronounce it wrong. This is a name I may say it wrong. For the jurors to say that one jury is not going to follow the judge's instructions, that is quite notable, especially at this early stage of the process. According to the note, the foreman also asked to speak with the juror or to take juror number 25 interview, which Allen said to the next step in the process. He's an attorney that's not affiliated with anything here, okay? And then it's really up to the judge to decide. Let me just check. There's still nothing going on there. I'll let you all see. There's still nothing going on in front of the courthouse. But we're still going to keep our eyes on that courthouse. We ain't going to let nothing pass us. See there? Judge, I don't want to suggest to the jury that there is any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want to tell them they just started. I'm going with the government version. We will print that out. Dad, send it in. It's got that. Send it in. Okay. This is from Inner City Press. Okay. So ain't nothing going on outside the courtroom. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing because ain't nothing going on out there. Jury number 25 is in trouble. Jury number 25 trying to act up. I think jury number 25 knows what he's doing. Because first of all, he's highly educated, right? Second, he's 51 years old. So he's not a kid. He understands what he's doing. He's an old man. He knows what he's doing. Okay? And I think he enjoyed watching those tapes, those freak offs and hotel nights. He enjoyed watching those probably. But now, I think he was probably one of the ones that locked eyes with Sean Diddy Combs when the judge told him, if he don't stop making Google eyes and watching over there and giving signals and all this here stuff that he's doing, he was going to be put outside the courtroom for forever. You know what I mean? And Sean Diddy Combs tried to do it with the judge last week, talking about, you doing a great job, judge. Like he don't know he doing it. This judge don't need you to tell him that. You was trying to hope that's going to swing your way. That was a way of your narcissism coming out, trying to let the judge know you are in charge, letting everybody know I'm in charge, like you in charge of your team. That's why your team bombed, because you're trying to run them. They're the ones went to college for law. You did not do this. They're the ones know what they're doing. But you want to run the lawyers and stuff when you pay them millions of dollars, but you want to run them. It don't make no sense. But what can you say? Nothing makes sense when it comes to a narcissist. Okay? Hi, Linda Gamble. Thank you for being coming in. Thank you so much for coming in. Okay, you're speaking to Nicki. And juror number 25 is in trouble. Yes, he is. Jury number 25 has been in trouble so much and still trying to act up. Okay, let's see what else going on. Okay. Okay. After the foreman asked to speak to the juror or have the juror number 25 interviewed, then it really got up to the judge to decide. Right. All right. I don't know if this juror could continue to deliberate, but they're already started. So there's already good grounds for any type of appeal by the defense should there be a conviction, he added. I told y'all this juror knew what he was doing. He ain't playing nobody. He ain't playing nobody. This scenario is a possible massive headache at this early stage of the game, especially since the judge already dismissed a juror earlier this month. Yes, he did. He dismissed juror number 6, I think it was. Oh, sure was this month. Remember, jury number 25 is a 51-year-old male who works as a scientist. Oh, see that? Didn't I tell y'all? He works as a scientist. You can't tell me this. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Can't nobody, like I said, this man is highly educated. He know what he's doing. He ain't playing nobody. He ain't playing nobody. and lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. On June 16, the judge dismissed jury number 6. Because that jury had inconsistent disclosures about where he lived. First, he said he lived in New York. Then he said he lived in New Jersey. He lived in New York, New Jersey. Which is it? Make up your mind. If you didn't know where you live, you should have shut your mouth about where you live. Could have kept that to yourself. Didn't nobody tell you to start talking about, oh, I live here. Oh, I live there. You see what that got you? Them jurors wasn't playing with you. When they heard that you don't know where you live at, they decide to make sure the powers that be hears that. I'm trying to clean my glasses off, guys. Oh, it didn't get clean. Don't worry about it. Okay. So that's why he's gone. Now jury number 25 trying to act a fool. Y'all got to excuse me when I call them out like they should be called out. He trying to act a fool. The judge, now this happens 47 minutes ago. The judge directs the lawyers to meet in conference until 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so they're going to meet and confer until 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, it is 2:40, so they already did that because it's 2:40 right now in New York. They may have be done with it by now, or they still may be in the process of meeting and confer, okay, with the judge. The judge told prosecution and the defense attorneys to meet and confer until 2 p.m., in which point he said he'll return to the bench to determine how he'll handle the situation. Both sides are proposing that the judge send a note back to the panel. Okay. We're going to hear that soon. Probably we're going to hear that soon, guys. I tell y'all, these... We can always tell when somebody trying to throw the trial. We can tell by their actions. And he may get rewarded by Sean in some kind of way. And then he'll be wishing he never did. Because then Sean, think about it. If he try to throw this, okay, and cause a mistrial, Sean gonna find out who he is. One. Then he's going to wish he never did that, because then Sean is going to always have something to hold over his head. Man, in my opinion, hold over this 51-year-old man's scientist's head. He's going to end up being one of Sean's employees, whether he like it or not. Doing what Sean, and if he's a narcissist and don't like nobody telling him what to do, in my opinion, then he's really gonna not like the fact that he threw this case or had this case thrown out, because Sean is not gonna let that go. Sean is gonna be grateful and thankful to him, but Sean is gonna use him like a dog. And I know I shouldn't say the word dog. I got 2 dogs. Okay? I got 2. So, but when I say dogs, he's going to be walking that man like a dog. He's going to have to do everything Sean said. And he may end up in a freak off tape against his will, or doing something silly. Or maybe doing something really, really silly and crazy to appease Sean Diddy Combs, because Sean got him in his back pocket then. So y'all better watch what you do, because Sean can have you in his back pocket if he walks and you be walking like a minion. You be walking like a troll. You see how hard it was for these other people to get away from Sean. And if he was never locked up, he'll still be walking them like a troll, like a minion. Depends on which one you want to be, a troll or a minion. A lapdog. He'll still be walking you. If it took all these people those many years to try to break away and could never do it until he got locked up, and some still under his thumb, some still being controlled by Diddy while he's locked up. Mr. Scientist, 51 years old, you don't want to be one of those. But seems like you may be one of them. You better think. Somebody better tell him, because I'm not going to tell him. Somebody better tell him. Okay. Oh, Lord, these folks as foolish want to be. Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers are returning to the courtroom, and prosecutions are also entering. The prosecution team is also entering. The note was first handed to the prosecution, then to the defense attorney, Segarra, whatever his name is. Combs is back in the courtroom and reading the note, which fills about 1/3 of a lined sheet of paper. The court is now waiting for the judge. They gave that note to Sean. You think he's going to forget that? That man got a memory like an ox. He's going to remember that. Jury number 51. Jury number 25. Jury number 25. He's a scientist. He's a male scientist. He's looking at how many ways he can exploit this man to do what he want to do. He may have that man cooking up a different kind of stuff to give you pneumonia. Think about it. He may have this man cooking up all kind of stuff to give you pneumonia. Since everybody know about pneumonia, some other kind of stuff. Hello, Alice. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. We've been keeping an eye. Oh, let me explain to anybody new that just came in too, and Alice. At the very top right-hand corner, y'all see this blue box? That's the jury watch box. I'll make it big so you can see it. This is a live. This is live showing right now. See that blue box at the very top right-hand corner? That's the jury watch. So we are 3 hours and 11 minutes into jury watch. We're waiting for them to come back with a verdict because the judge already gave them instructions this morning around 9 o'clock. They got their instructions. Okay. So now, and then we got a problem with another juror, juror number 25. He's a 51-year-old male with a PhD. He's a scientist, too smart for his own good. Okay. I have to put that out there. And it's already been some shakeup and some mess already going on, especially in the deliberation room. It's a mess already going on. Okay. So you may hear me talk about that mess from time to time because he had already pissed everybody off, Alice. Okay. And right now we're on the front door watch. Okay. Whenever they're not speaking, we're watching this front door because right now it is 2:48 in New York, 2:48. Okay, so that's why we're watching this door. In my personal opinion, I think we're going to get a verdict. If not before today is over, we're going to get it tomorrow. That most people, everybody got their own personal opinion. Some people think we're going to get it after the 4th. Some people saying before the 4th of July. Some people, everybody got their own idea on when they think. I'm thinking we're going to get it very soon. All right. That's just where we at right now. Now, let me get back to telling you all, reading what's been going on in this crazy mix-up, okay? In this crazy situation. Okay. While the jury deliberates, CNN your questions about Combs' trial. So that means while they deliberate, CNN, if you have a question or have something to say, you can send it to CNN, okay? And they will answer your question. That is so good. The jury was sent out to begin deliberations in Sean Diddy Combs' trial about an hour ago. This is 2 hours and 21 minutes ago on their side. While we wait for the word that the jury has reached a verdict, use the form below to send CNN your questions about the trial. That is neat. That is hot. If I have one, I'm definitely going to send it in. Tell you what, guys. If you all have a question, I would take one question. But the question got to be pretty good. I would type it into CNN, okay, for you, and see what they come back with, what answer they come back with. I will pick one good question out of everybody. Everybody put a question. I will pick one good question, okay, and send it in. And then I'll make sure you know what it says. And then that's now, starting now. One good question. And then before I close today, I'll take another one good question. So today I'm taking 2 good questions. Okay? 2 good questions. So after everybody put their questions in, I would take 2 good questions and I would send it in to CNN, hopefully to get a reply back. Okay? I'll send your question in. Okay? Thank you for catching me up, love. You're beautiful. Thank you, Miss Shaw, Miss Alice. Okay. 24 and 15. Thank you, Linda. Okay, so y'all go ahead and give me those questions. Give me a question right now. Or you can just go ahead and give me 2. I'll just pick the 2 best questions and I'll read them aloud and then I'll type it into CNN. Okay? And when I type that question into CNN, I'll let you see before I hit send. I'll type it in case I got anything wrong. You can correct me, recorrect it into the chat, and I'll recorrect it, okay? And then I'll let you see me do submit, okay? Yeah. All right. So I'm not going to ask you twice. If you want to do it, you want to do it. If you don't have to do it, okay? I thought that would be something nice. You have somebody from my chat to ask a question or 2. Okay, let's see what else they're saying from CNN. This is 2 hours and 42 minutes ago. Combs' loved ones hold hands and bow their heads before exiting the courtroom. They hold hands and bow their heads. I guess, I don't know, you're saying a little prayer. After the judge sent the jury and Sean Diddy Combs' trial out to begin deliberations, Combs' loved ones all stood. They all stood. They held hands and bowed their heads at the same time. Then they all started clapping. Combs' children and his mother were seen leaving the courtroom soon after. Combs also left the courtroom with the court marshal. But y'all hear that? They all stood at the same time. They held hands and bowed their heads at the same time. I don't know, did they say a little prayer or not and then start clapping? That's what people normally do. They'll say something and then when they get through, everybody clap. That's to show unity and everything. They're unified in it. Okay, let's see what else happened, okay? This 3 hours ago, jury selections, jury number 5 as 4-person. Oh, okay now. See, we're getting down to things. See, I'm just going backwards with it. I'm just reading backwards, I guess. Okay. This is juror number 5. They selected that person as four-person, the 4-person. Okay. Okay, that's the 4-person. Okay. Okay, the jury sent a note. We have selected juror number 5 as our 4-person. The judge is left off the bench. The parties are leaving the courtroom. Okay, so the jurors is the one that in their room, in the jury deliberation room, they got together and selected a four-person. The person that will pass the note, person that does, the main thing and make sure everybody keep the instructions that the judge said and everything. The person that's almost like a person, somebody got to be in charge of something. Because it seems like they'll go crazy like juror number 25. I'm just saying, okay? Juror number 25 is acting up, okay? So now that happened over 3 hours ago, okay? Okay, let me see what happened. So I'm going backwards. I'm reading backwards, inserted from the top. But that, nevertheless, I'm doing it, okay? The judge grants request for Combs to have books in holding cell. See, we didn't even know that. So the diddler get a chance to have some books, I guess, so he can read. And probably one of the books is the book that he's been showing, carrying around, some motivation book or something. I don't know. He got some type of book he's been having with him. Okay. Judge grants the request. Defense attorney Mark asked if Sean Diddy Combs could take books back to the holding cell while he waits. Okay. This is also 3 hours ago. No, that one I just read was 2 hours and 55 minutes ago. Now this is 3 hours ago. I told you I'm reading backwards, okay? But that's okay. Let me just tell y'all something. It doesn't matter how I'm reading it to you, whether I'm reading from the top down, so I'm reading it backwards. Normally, because the stuff came in, you read it from the bottom going up, so you can get to current, but that's okay. I'm reading it, okay? And I'm just telling you what happened, what's happening currently first, and then what happened early this morning at 9 o'clock. You hear that last. Because when you like to hear stuff that's happening right now, going on, what's right now going on, and then what's happened early this morning, we can get to that. We'll get to it. Who is this? Who is this standing at the mic? I can't see because, let me pull it up for y'all. Y'all see, somebody was just standing at the mic. A white man in a white color or cream color shirt or something. I don't know who he was. I don't know. I don't know who he was. We just gonna leave it like we don't know who he is. But literally, I really don't know. Okay? But let's get on with the shenanigans. Hi, Debbie. Hi, Aunt Debbie. Everybody, Aunt Debbie is in the house today. We wish you that you continue to get well, and God is watching over you. You and BT, y'all better get well. I need to grab both of y'all and give both of y'all a big hug. Just put my arms around both of you to give y'all that energy, all this energy I got, so y'all can get well. I'm so glad to see you. All right. Debbie, we've been keeping track of everything that's been going on. We got a problem with jury number 25 right now. Now, jury number 5, he's the foreperson. Jury number 5, I think, is up to a lot of shenanigans. A lot of shenanigans. Yes, I do think so. Okay. Now, this happened 3 hours ago in 5 minutes. The jury praised, not the jury, the judge praised the prosecution and the defense attorneys for an exceptional hard case. Extremely hard case. This case, they are exhausted, okay? Exhausted, but he praised them all. Unlike Sean Diddy Combs last week trying to praise the judge, and that was a no-no, Sean. That was something you should have never done, because that don't do nothing but get your butt in hot water. In hot water. But anyway, after sending the jury out to begin deliberations, judge addresses the lawyers in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, praising both the prosecution and the defense team for great lawyering. The case was really exceptional, tired by both sides in this case, the judge told the attorneys. He said that he appreciate both sides' cooperation throughout the trial. He also commended the parties for allowing young attorneys to deal with sensitive issues in the case. Yeah, the young ones, because these old ones, you can't break a dog from old tricks. I don't know whether that's a saying or I just made it up, maybe. The judge begins deliberations in the Combs trial. The jury are now headed to the jury room to begin deliberations. The judge told the alternates they may say goodbye to their fellow jurors as long as they do not dismiss the case. Okay. They can say goodbye for now, but as long as they do not dismiss the case. You dismiss the case, it may be a whole new problem then. Whole new problem. It's 3:02 right now. Time is 3:02 in New York. So I don't know whether, because judge did say they're going to start saying the 5, but I don't know whether, because of the deliberations, are they going to stay to 5 to deliberate, or would he let them go home under the pretense that you're not to talk about this trial, not to your family, not to your daddy, your sister, your mama, your brother, your cousin, your fiance, your boyfriend, nobody, not even the person, your driver. If you do driving in a cab, you know how people love to talk when they riding in a cab. You can't tell that cab driver nothing. You can't go to a bar and sit up and tell the bar person. You cannot tell your Uber driver anything. What is that big light? Oh, that got to be a big truck that came by and put those lights all over that big gold door. You can't tell nobody. So don't go getting drunk and then let somebody ask you questions. That's going to be a no-no. Okay? So you're going to have to be quiet and shut up. I don't know whether they may make them stay in a hotel overnight until they come up with a verdict. But they let them go home like they've been doing. I don't know. So what Mr. Security guy getting ready to do? Because right in front of this red box here, those are mics off. That they got stuff set up there. Okay, let's go on. Let me see where I left off. Okay. Okay, judge can choose to stay late to keep the deliberations going, or the judge is now telling the jurors that they can choose how long to deliberate each day. The 12 jurors can decide to stay later than 5 p.m. to continue deliberating. He said they can, or they can leave at 3. They can stay at 5. Oh, wait, let me see what's going on. Okay. I'm not muted. Is she talking to somebody or trying to say something with a sleeve pulled up to her? Y'all know I be ready. I'm ready if they getting ready to pop off on something. I'm ready. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to take that down. Y'all know for the past this last week I haven't been throwing my link down. Because I've been too busy into the case. But today I dropped the link. Y'all, anybody want to come up? Black Titanic, you're here if you want to come up. Debbie, you're here if you want to come up. Anybody that want to come up. Nicki, if you want to come up. Anybody if you want to come up and say whether you think they're going to deliberate or not. Anything that you want to say about jury number 25. Clowning and acting a fool at 51 years old with his PhD. That's a scientist that, in my opinion, I think he's trying to throw this case so they can get a mistrial. That's my opinion, because that man is too intelligent not to understand the judge's instructions. He acts like he don't understand instructions. He's a grown man, 51 years old. He understands. How are you going to be a scientist and you can't understand instructions? Man, I can understand R. Kelly may not understood instructions because he couldn't read or write. And I know his wife said she was teaching him to read and write, but he was still at a first grade level or second grade level then when she taught him. Give me a break. I don't even have a PhD. I did graduate from college, but I don't have a PhD. I'm not a scientist, but I got a great scientist. Y'all hear me all the time call my husband my great scientist. Y'all heard that many times, right? He's my great scientist. Okay? So I don't know what's going on, but I did drop my link if anybody want to come up. But in the meantime, let me go on. It's, the judge is saying this. Judge excuses the alternate jurors. Judge told the alternate jurors they do not need to come back to the court while the main panel deliberates, but warned the 5 remaining alternates that they must remain reachable in case they are called to join the main panel. He also reminded them to continue following the court's rule about avoiding media coverage and discussing the case. And the reason why I think he's telling them that, because they may be called if juror number 25 want to act a fool and try to throw the case, Ninja, you're going to be out of there. And that's why they got those other. That's why they still got these alternates. Because of people like you. So if you want to act a fool, go ahead. He still got 5 on waiting. He can call one of them on in and they can step up to the plate. So go ahead and act a fool if you want. I'm tired of telling you you're acting a fool. Alex, he's trying to get a book written. He's not crazy. It's a money maker, Pinky. Oh, okay. It's all about the money for him. Maybe he ain't getting $11 an hour. No, I didn't get $11 an hour. I got $11 a day on the jury. Although it didn't last for one day because we found him guilty the same day. The homeowner was found guilty. Okay, for what he did to his tenants. So it didn't last for one day, but it took me darn near 3 to 4 months to get a check, which I didn't even need to check or want to check $11, but I took it because it came in the mail. And I think Black Titanic said she got $25 for being on the jury. See, they don't pay you much. So I guess he said it's a book deal. Because this is a highly publicized case with a lot of dirt and nastiness in it. Make any book rocket and sell to the top. Book deal, Pinky. I hear you. I believe you too. Now let me say we are 3 hours and 36 minutes in to the jury, the verdict watch. And let me just go back and finish up, and then we're gonna watch another. Y'all know when I put on a video for y'all, I don't be playing with y'all. I put a good video on for you. The last 2 nights, it rocked our world. Okay. The judge said he thanked the alternates for their service. Excuse me, guys. And his deputy would provide them with his personal contact information so they can reach out for anything, including a courthouse tour. That's not bad. It's the very least I can do for you for your immersed service in this case, the judge said. Now, 3 hours and 48 minutes ago, the judge asked to choose a 4-person. They already did that. He instructed the jury to first choose a 4-person and send a note informing the court who that would be. We already talked about that. Okay. 4 hours and 9 minutes ago, the judge instructed the jury on transportation for prostitution charges. Now, remember, I told for anybody just coming in, I had told everybody I'm reading backwards. I read the what was happening in the very beginning, what was happening then first, and then I'm going back to what happened this morning, and then after that, we're going to go ahead and put this video on. Okay. The judge is now instructing the jury on the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Count 3 in the indictment alleges Sean Diddy Combs transported Cassie and commercial sex workers across state lines for roughly 2009 to 2018. And count 5 allege he transported Jane and commercial sex workers from 2021 to 2024. Mm-mm. Now that I do believe. I give that a check mark. Now y'all can put down whether you believe that or not in the note, in the chat. And everybody got their own opinion. I don't discriminate. Okay? I remember the old Pinky. Y'all put in things I didn't like. I would go off on y'all and wrap a snake around your neck so quick. But I don't do that no more. I don't do that no more. When 2025 came, remember what I said my resolution was? I wasn't going to call nobody no B's in my chat. I won't cuss nobody out no more in my chat. I won't cuss. I won't go off on you and threaten you in my chat. I don't do that no more. I leave that to the other people. And matter of fact, I just don't do that no more. I changed. I'm not going to pull up on you, and I'm not going to ask you to pull up on me no more. I'm not going to say, I'm going to invite you to lunch so I can beat the crap out of you no more. I don't do that. And everybody know me. That's why somebody tried to test me today by deleting my comment. And I still haven't forgotten about that. So as soon as I find out who you are, I will be putting you down as the rat. You're going to be a rat for the day. Not for the day. For probably a couple months. Because I make sure I show your name for a while on my live. I show your name. And then not just show your name, but I show a picture of a rat. Let me see, do I still have that picture? Those pictures of the rats. Y'all know that was the that Pinky there, she was just mean. She was, let me see, can I find those rats? Because I miss those rats. And I got another person that's a rat. I didn't get a chance to put the rat by her name, but I got that woman's whole face. Yes, I do. And I may even put her picture up. Y'all got me going off looking for some rats right now. And I said I wasn't going to do that, but, you know, sometimes I get petty. But I'm not going to be petty. I just want to find their pictures, their names and stuff, so I can have it. Oh, guys, this is what I want to show you all. Oh, I just came across it. Listen to this. This is Kanye West. Let me see, is it, because I got the whole video. And I want to show this to you all, okay? Let me just take this down right quick. Okay. See this here, guys? This is Kanye West in that hoodie, in that hood, cap and robe. I got the video for that. I've been intending to do that for the longest. I got the video, the full video. I've been intending to do that and I keep forgetting. I need to leave that right there so I can do that video. You all must see that. How many have seen that full video? If you've seen that video that Kanye West made wearing his KKK outfit, put a yes in the chat if you've seen that video. If not, that means I need to go ahead and do that video. And it's already done. All I just have to do is drop it. That was the thumbnail. All I have to do just, I got the whole video. I don't even have to edit that video because that video is perfect. I just forgot to do it. No, okay, no. You haven't seen it, Debbie. Okay, that's one person told me they haven't seen it. Let me get answers from other people because then that means after this, I think I'm going to go ahead and drop that video. After my live is over, I'm going to drop that video. But I want to know who all seen that video. Thank you, Debbie. Everybody else going to sleep on me. Okay. So, well, I'm not going to ask again because like I said, I'm not going to ask again. I'm going to go on back to what I'm doing. Okay. Okay. Now that's the jury that's the judge telling the jurors about the XEX trafficking count against the Diddy before they deliberate. Now the judge tells 8 alleged racketeering acts for the jury in Combs' trial. Let me see. Okay. Did I put that back up? Oh, I forgot to put this back up, guys. I forgot to put that back up. Okay. So if anything pops off, because this 321 in New York, I'm ready for this. Y'all hear the noise in New York. Let me mute it until something happens, because I'm going to be reading this. Okay. I'm going to be reading this. Okay. Now, this is the 8 alleged racketeering acts that the judge is reading to the juror in the Combs trial. This is so they can, this is him giving them their instructions and everything and telling them everything they need to know before they go back in the deliberation room. Okay. Well, they're going to be by themselves and talking. And then juror number 25, PhD, 51 male, is going to act a fool. He's a scientist. Okay. The judge is currently defining the 8 underlying acts for the juror can potentially find were committed by Sean Diddy Combs or a co-conspirator. To convict Combs of racketeering conspiracy, the judge must find that the agreement with at least one other member of his alleged enterprise to commit 2 qualifying crimes within 10 years of each other. Within 10 years, oh gosh, we can count a lot of people, and I don't even know them, and I can tell you their first name or last name or the nickname that they go by or what they do. I can tell you a lot of them. Okay. The indictment charges Combs with conspiracy with co-conspirators to commit kidnapping, arson, bribery, forced labor, transportation to engage in prostitution, XEX, trafficking, witness tampering, and possession with intent to distribute controlled substance. That witness tampering, that's a real thing when it comes to Sean Diddy Combs. Come to the diddler, that's a real thing. The diddler don't play when it comes to that. If he want to tamper with a witness, he already did. Witness number 3. I ain't saying her name. Y'all ain't gonna get me into trouble. I ain't saying witness number. And yeah, I know who witness number 3 is. But would I say her name? No. Would I give y'all indication of who she is? No. You just got to find that out on your own. Okay, that's why they use synonyms. That's why they use other names than their own, because they don't want nobody to know who they are. Oh Lord, he's the devil. No, I haven't seen. You haven't seen it either? Well, I'm going to play that video. I'm going to play that video, okay? Between Debbie and Alice. Okay, I'm going to play that video. I'm going to play that video, and I'm going to drop it today after all of this is over, okay? Whether we get a verdict or not, I'm still going to drop that. And that was that thumbnail I showed you guys. This is just the thumbnail. And you see that line in between them? That's a wall, because that's a wall. And then this is the window. They moved the furniture out of the way to do this interview. West didn't want to sit down. They moved furniture. These two moved the furniture along with security, moving the furniture so West can stand. And then he was practicing his stand. When I say the man was practicing, I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to show you what I mean. Okay. West comes into the room. Okay. Oh, see my name down my pins? Pink. Okay. I had on some the other day, same color, pink, going down my pen sleeve. Okay. Let me just say, this is how West comes in. Don't know what to stand. Let's move this here. Move this here. Then they move the couch. They move the table. They move the lamp. They were moving stuff. And then he trying to see where he wants to stand. How do I look right here? Do I look okay right here? Trying to figure out where he's going to put his hand, in front of here or behind him and stuff. And the guy just look, y'all know who that is. Just looking at him like he had lost his mind. You see what I'm saying? Let me put my furniture back. He's looking at him like he had lost his mind. I'm serious. I was too. I was looking at him like he had lost his mind. Okay. It's 3:27, almost 3:30. So let me go on in case somebody comes out, in case the family start walking out. Because ain't nothing they can do, because the jury is deliberating right now. Okay. So the government alleged that Combs conspired with his enterprise to commit this pattern of racketeering activity from at least 2004 through 2024. Racketeering conspiracy is charged as count 1 in the indictment. The judge will still instruct the jury on counts 2 through 5. Each juror on the main panel will keep a copy of the complex and lengthy instructions during the deliberation. Let me just put it right here so I know what I'm going to continue. Let me just show you this 2 demons. Oh, yeah, we got demons. Y'all don't believe. When I tell y'all, demons do exist. In my opinion, you have the devil, right? You have Lucifer. You have the devil. And up under the devil, it's like this here. Let me show it to you. It's like this here. This is see that? It's like this here. And up under the devil is all the demons. All the demons. They're getting their instructions from the higher up. That don't mean that demon ain't got power. But he ain't got as much power as the devil. The devil can come and kick you on down in the pot of fire for the rest of your life. Or you can be on planet Earth walking around among us, committing all these crimes. Got people doing things that they would never do a day in their life if they was with anybody else. And the minute they get with you, they do things they never thought of. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, they do things that they never thought of. Oh, let me show you this. This is what I meant to show you right quick. He's starting with the one count, the racketeering. That's what I had just read right here. The judge to begin instructions in the Combs trial. Okay. Well, here it is. The pattern of racketeering for at least 2004 to 2024. Okay. And then the judge to begin jury instructions in Combs trial. Judge will now instruct the juror on the law as it appears to the charges in this case. The pre-scripted instructions are expected to take more than an hour for the judge to read to the panel. Okay. Oh, wait now. Let me move this down. Who is this coming out, guys? Y'all know better than me. I'm not good with faces. Who is this? Oh, just came out of the courthouse. Do these faces look familiar to you? I want to know. If they don't look familiar, y'all don't think this is anybody from Diddy's team, do you? Because they all look alike to me. Do y'all think this is anybody from Diddy's team? Let me know. Oh, because I really want to know. Let me see, make sure. I just unmuted. Alex, Pinky, I don't know what woman in her right mind would fool with that man. There's not enough money for me. The minute I find out who he was and who he is and what he did, hell to the no. I wouldn't be fooling with him for nothing. Let me show y'all pictures of this team. So in case one of them come out, y'all know what they look like so you can tell me. Okay, this is Diddy's team. Okay, look at these women and tell me, do any of them look like any of these women or men? I'm trying to see myself because we only. Do any of them look like them? Y'all? Now keep these faces in your mind now. So if anybody come out that looks like these people, y'all let me know. I wouldn't fool with Diddy for nothing. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So y'all keep an eye. And if y'all see the family come out while I'm reading this, put something in the chat and let me know. Hey, the family is coming out. Pinky, nothing. Okay? I'm gonna leave it for right now. I'm gonna go ahead and mute it for right now. Okay. Y'all know Pinky don't like missing nothing. Okay. But anyway. Okay. The judge is on the bench. The judge is on the bench and court proceedings are about to get underway. The jury is entering now. This morning, jurors will receive instructions from them beginning the deliberation. So we're at the very beginning. We're at the end. What went on from starting from this morning all the way up until I started reading, which was after all our videos we watched and everything in discussion. It says catch up on the charges and evidence presented to the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. And that was 7 hours and 5 minutes ago. It's been more than 6 weeks. I'm going to read this part now. It's been more than 6 weeks since testimony begun in the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. And I'll let y'all see this here part with me. I'm going to slip over because nothing is happening right now. I'm going to, that last part right before they start this morning, I want you all to see that little part, okay? This little part is what they were showing in the courtroom at the very beginning this morning. So I'm going to bring it up and let you all see it. Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Okay, here it is, because I don't want to miss nothing from here. And as soon as something pops off, Pinky gonna be on it for you. I'm gonna be on it. I'm looking at it right now. Okay, let me get it pulled up right quick for you. Okay, here it is. Okay, this is where I was reading from. And okay, so here we go. It says, catch up on the charges and evidence presented to the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. It has been more than 6 weeks. I'm looking for my glasses so I can see that little tiny one, or I can look over here at the big one. It has been more than 6 weeks since testimony began in the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Oh, wait, let me unmute her.
Physical violence, withholding of money, withholding of career opportunities. Finally, prosecutors have charged him with 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, accusing him of traveling some male escorts across state lines to cities like New York and Los Angeles and Miami, and paying them thousands of dollars a night to perform sex acts. But wait, the defense disputes all of this, maintaining that everyone had free will and exercised it. They say there is no criminal enterprise, just employees of Combs working for his legitimate businesses. They didn't facilitate sex trafficking or prostitution, and any money that was spent in his personal life was from the personal income of Diddy, not his businesses. And the defense alleges that some men were paid for their time, not for sex. They deny Diddy ever set fire to Kid Cudi's car and claim he paid for the hotel footage because neither Cassie nor Diddy wanted the bad publicity. As for those freak-offs, you might think it's strange, but it was simply his private sexual predilection, and all of it was consensual. The defense argues the alleged victim's own text messages and their organizing of the freak-offs confirm as much. The defense says that any evidence to the contrary is just the result of a jealous money grab. One thing they did not deny, the violence in that hotel surveillance footage. They remind the jury he's not charged with any crime for that. 12 jurors will decide who they believe.
Okay. We don't want to hear that because that's talking about Donald. Okay. It says, as the case head to the jury today, CNN Lori Coates recounts the 5 counts faced by the music mogul and the key evidence jurors will consider. How media coverage of major trials has evolved in the post O.J. Simpson era. What they trying to say? Okay, I'm not talking about no O.J. Simpson right up in here, but that's it, guys. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. We're going to see what's going on at the courthouse. And then, because we ain't going to miss the courthouse. And I will be bringing up, I still got some more information and stuff I'm going to bring up. I'm going to unmute this. So if anybody start talking, we're going to start listening. Okay? And if you notice the last couple lives I did, I've been cutting them off at 2 hours. Last night, it was 1 hour and 58 minutes. The other day, I think it was 2 hours. So I've been, and then I think the one before that maybe was 3 hours, but I've been trying to do 2 hours. But because, let me tell you now, because we are expecting a verdict any day soon, that 2 hours, we may not even we may way past 2 hours because Pinkie ain't gonna miss this over no 2 hours. I'm gonna stay as long as I can because I'm not gonna miss this. Okay? Just saying. I'm just saying, guys. Make sure y'all hit that like button. If you did not hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, make sure you do it because these demons, if I'm going to be talking about all these demons, I need everybody because these demons would try to keep my channel down. These demons, we got demons in New York in that courthouse, and they'll be sitting there praying that my channel do not do well right now. So y'all hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It's free. And if you're not already subscribed to this channel, go over to my second channel, Pink Global. Let me show it to you. Go over to Pink Global and subscribe to that. Oh, let me see. Are we caught up? We're supposed to be caught up because I don't remember being behind. We're 4 hours and 6 minutes into the verdict watch. And I'm so glad Law&Crime Network is keeping track of the verdict watch. I guess there's a lot more major outlets, news media is keeping track too. But let that play while I get the next video up for you guys, okay? We're going to let that play while I get it up. This is too much. Too much. Sometimes it be too much for your brain cells. Because these, when you're reporting on demons, sometimes that stuff can rub off on you. Get into your spirit, I bet. I don't know for sure, but I'm betting my banana on it. I'm betting my moon pie on it. No, I'm not gonna bet my lemonade on it because this got crushed ice in it. I'm not gonna bet that because that's too good. But I will bet my lemon water, and I still got some lemons in here. I'll bet that. But y'all got to watch out for these demons. When you're reporting on demons in a courtroom, you have to watch out because them suckers, they're coming. You got to watch out. Y'all hear them in the background. I'm going to mute it because there's people out there talking. There's them out there talking. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Okay. I'm looking right now. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Okay. Oh, wait now. All right now. Here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Let me. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Now, this is only 10 minutes and 47 seconds. Within those 10 minutes, if anything happened while we're doing this verdict watch, okay, I'll make sure I come back here so you all can hear it, okay? Because if anything happens, they're going to be reporting straight from what's going on in the courtroom anyway. So I'll come right back. But this is just 3 hours ago, okay? And so this is Nancy Grace. Y'all know I love myself some Nancy Grace. Not that I don't love Jesse at Law&Crime, but I love myself some Nancy. So y'all just have to excuse me when I get ready to show myself some Nancy. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and put this on. Like I said, it's only 10 minutes. Let me just put it up here. Because y'all know when I say I put stuff up, is that information is going to be down in my description box below my video. Y'all know how I do it. It's going to be on the credit. On the credit. Let me make sure I got the correct. Did she get? Okay, 3 hours ago. That means that's today. Okay. All right. So because it's 3:47 in New York. Until something comes up, I got them sitting right here beside me. So I'll know when something pops up, guys. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and see what Nancy got going on. You know, Nancy don't play with you. She ain't playing. Nancy says she ain't playing with y'all. She going to tell Diddy exactly like it is. And this is today, just 3 hours ago. She's going to tell you exactly like it is. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. Because she ain't playing. Okay, here we go, guys.
walking into the courtroom. Oh, namaste. What? Whoa. What? A yoga Zen thing?
Greeting his lawyers with a yoga studio-esque bow.
Namaste, my rear end.
This is horrific that he's allowed to walk into court and he's being all cute and calm.
He can namaste his way all the way to the MDC. He wasn't all namaste in the middle of all these free calls. He can chill out behind bars for the rest of his life for all I care.
So this guy isn't concerned at all with kicking her, beating her, dragging her. You know what he's concerned with? And Nancy, I'm going somewhere I never thought I would go. He's concerned with holding his towel up. He cares about keeping that. There you go. I thought I'd never go here, Nancy, but I have to go there because I woke up thinking about it. He's more concerned that we don't see that TR. I don't want to say the whole thing because this is a family program.
Tootsie
But that's
Roll,
what
people
you
have
can say
even
it
gone
for
so far to refer to it as a little raisin. Straight back out to Sydney Sumner, Crime Stories investigative reporter. I understand that Sean Combs had his son, Christian Combs, along with his god uncle, Kanye, very busy last night.
Yes, they have released an EP today, and one of the songs on that EP is called Diddy Free, and the lyrics say that we aren't going to sleep until we see Diddy free. And those lyrics actually mention you, Nancy. They don't understand, but they stand me. Tell them, give me grace, even Nancy. So this is one of the songs on that EP is called Diddy Free, and the lyrics say that we aren't going to sleep until we see Diddy free. And those lyrics actually mention you, Nancy. They don't understand, but they stand me. Tell them, give me grace, even Nancy. So this isn't the first song that he's released speaking about his dad's legal troubles. And honestly, I don't think they're doing any positive things for him. This Bible might come in handy. This rifle might come in handy. I don't think threatening gun violence is really doing much to persuade anyone that your dad is innocent of these crimes.
Okay, the jurors get to go home every night. They are not sequestered, and they can be exposed to this rap song created by, God help him, Christian Combs and Kanye. Why you would want your child around Kanye, I do not know, but that's a whole nother can of worms. Let's take a look at the lyrics. Ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free. Ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free. When it gets sus, they try to play the victim. Playing the victim, that's an attack on the victims. Outspoken, I ain't keeping in. Blah, 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 blah. Now, I noticed part of it refers to a Plan B, which is an abortion drug, which came up during this trial. It says they ain't got to lose. What are they talking about? The victims or the jurors? I ain't one of them. And then it goes on to talk about Astro. What? Astro Glide? And it says, damn, why the am I in the tabloids? You know what? That's a really good question. Why Combs's children have been dragged into this? They are being used as a PR tool. And now, you want to tell me this happened without Sean Combs knowing that it would drop just before the defense closing arguments? Further looking at the lyrics that dropped last night, the Bible might come in handy. Like what? It's a prop. The rifle might come in handy. I don't know if my dad was charged with brandishing weapons, if that came out in evidence, and I'm referring to the Suge Knight attack attempt that the minions described on the stand. I don't know if I would be talking about a rifle. Then, of course, Christ gets dragged in. It's one night I want Jesus Christ to answer. Then they want to stop the kid. They want to stop the kid like a Plan B. Okay, we heard the testimony. And we know about, whether the jury understands it fully, that one woman was forced into an abortion. They don't understand me. Tell them, give me grace, even Nancy.
Oh, I was unmuted. Okay. Hey, sweet tea. Okay. And then I said like number 29. And then you said no sound. Okay, thank you. Unmute. You are mute, Pinky. Not no more. I can when I mute myself, I forget to unmute. I really do. So I just like leaving it on mute. I was saying that Diddy, his son that looks like his twin, and Kanye West made a song. Okay. They made another song. It's called Diddy Free or Unfree Diddy or Free Diddy. They made that song. That was announced on 6/27. While on 6/22, they're making music together, West and his son. And then they dragged Nancy Grace's name into ish. So if they know Nancy Grace, he must got issues right now. Because Nancy Grace is not up on him. She ain't thinking about the Tootsie Roll. I'm with Nancy.
And it refers to Bad Boy throughout. That would be Bad Boy Records. Okay, let's hear it.
They don't understand, but they stand me. Tell them, give me grace, even Nancy.
Okay, some people ask, are you angry? No, I'm not. I'm full of remorse for what Sean Combs is doing to his children.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Fatt is joining me, veteran trial lawyer. Have you ever prosecuted a case where the children, unless they were the victims, thought their parents did it? Because I don't think I've ever had a case where the children thought their dad was guilty. Even adult children, they never believe the parent did it.
Man, Nancy, I can't think of one. Really, the family often rallies around the defendant in these cases, provides support. They want to believe their family member is not guilty of these heinous allegations. And that's understandable. But oftentimes, like you mentioned, the family can be brought in sort of as pawns, sometimes in the trial itself, sometimes outside the trial, especially in these highly publicized cases. And I think a lot of folks think that may be what was going on with Diddy and his children.
Let's take one more listen to Diddy Free. This is released by possibly the only person in the world that thinks Sean Combs is innocent, and that would be his son standing by him. God bless him. Christian King Combs, and of course, the illustrious Kanye.
They don't understand, but they stand me. Tell them, give me grace, even Nancy.
What? What? A yoga Zen thing? What are you talking about?
Well, Nancy, I don't know if you've ever been to a yoga class. I used to attend pretty often, but you just, at the end of class, at the beginning of class, you put your hands together and you do a short little bow to everyone else in the classroom to show your respect for everyone. And that's exactly what Combs has been doing to all 8 of his lawyers in the courtroom every morning when he comes to see them.
Sydney, you cannot live in New York City, in Manhattan, and not be subjected to a yoga class, particularly a hot yoga class, the worst. But what you're saying is like a Zen namaste. Oh, okay. You know what? Straight out to Lynn Shaw joining me, executive director, founder of Lynn's Warriors, dedicated to ending sexploitation, trafficking of women and girls. Namaste, my rear end. He can namaste his way all the way to the MDC. He wasn't all namaste in the middle of all these freak offs. You know how big of a stack they had to do an 800 number for all the women calling in, claiming that they were victims of Sean Combs freak offs, king nights, hotel nights, whatever euphemism he wants to use. These women claiming they were drugged in their drinks, that they woke up covered in baby oil with their vaginas hurting, and he's all namaste, my rear end.
What a slap in the face to all victims of any kind of sexual exploitation, abuse. I mean, this is horrific. And you know what? I'm putting my money on the jury that everybody can see right through this act of contrition, because this is horrific that he's allowed to walk into court and he's being all cute and calm. And you know what? Yesterday I was saying I don't want to call him the nicknames I've called him, Dirty Diddy and things like that. But today I want to go back to that. because I am sick and tired of this. Who is protecting, who is talking to, who is giving advice counsel to these hundreds, as far as we know, right? Victims of his, probably thousands over the years. So I'm just hoping that this playbook of his, this Dirty Diddy playbook, everybody's onto him, everybody's sick of him. And you know what? We have to turn that focus and hope and hope and hope that victims, survivors, anybody watching this, he's turning it into a laugh stock fest here, some kind of festival. This is a court of law. He's supposed to be up for his life, right? And the family and him and the lawyers singing. It's too much, Nancy. It's just too much.
I know. Did you hear that yesterday, Dr. Bethany Marshall? You were with us last night when we learned that Agnifilo, the defense attorney, went on the mic and started singing, her name was Lola. He started singing Copacabana in a sex trafficking trial. And it just threw me over the edge because I have dealt with rape victims. Look around. I'm looking around the studio. At least 1 in 4 women have been sex assault victims. Think about that. Think about it. People you'd never suspect have been sex assault victims. And he's singing Copa into the microphone. And now Sean Combs comes in and does a namaste. Really? He can chill out behind bars for the rest of his life for all I care.
Nancy,
What's the
it's not just
dichotomy?
Copa.
What is this?
Well, it's one more male, and females do it too, minimizing the severity of sex trafficking. Nancy, I don't think our nation or world really understands what sex trafficking is. This whole question that maybe the women consented, that means they were in a relationship and not that they were coerced, is so false when you think of the whole psychology of sex trafficking.
Judge did read aloud this particular note, and it was in part from the foreperson, which we know to be juror number 5. But in terms of juror number 5's concern, I guess it was a concern that all of them had, where in terms of, I guess, we don't really know, because that's really kind of the basis of what the entire note was. But what ended up happening is there were kind of discussions on both sides from both the court kind of gave his proposed instructions, which were initially to be like, okay, can you please explain the nature of the concern? Is it the lack of understanding? Is it unwillingness to follow instructions? The judge just kind of offered that up as a potential idea. And then the government kind of had their proposal. The defense had their proposal. And it seemed like the defense was kind of adamant on their proposal. And they couldn't even come to a decision on that. But what the judge ended up saying.
Let me just ask you all a question, okay? When she first came out, we missed what the judge decided to do about juror number 25. I want to hear that. And then when they go and switch us back to the the courthouse where nothing is going on, then I'll bring us back live. But I want to scoop back a little where she first come out, okay? Because if you can see, that's the courthouse. So I'm going to get us a little, we're not even that much behind. You can see I'm barely moving it. I'm just trying to move it just a little so we won't miss her. Let me see. I don't want to miss her. So I'm moving it little by little till we see her. Okay, let me go. Okay, there.
In terms of, I guess, we don't really know because that's really kind of the basis of what the entire note was. But what ended up happening is there were kind of discussions on both sides from both the court kind of gave his proposed instructions, which were initially to be like, okay, can you please explain the nature of the concern? Is it the lack of understanding? Is it unwillingness to follow instruction? The judge just kind of offered that up as a potential idea. And then the government kind of had their proposal. The defense had their proposal. And it seemed like the defense was kind of adamant on their proposal. And they couldn't even come to a decision on that. But what the judge ended up saying is he decided kind of a happy medium between both parties, where he said the proposed instruction was, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instruction on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. And so the judge wanted to use this particular message mainly because it was pretty neutral. It wasn't kind of pointing out this particular juror or to kind of take any type of course of action in terms of even potentially, possibly like dismissing it. That was not the case at all. Pretty much this note came back pretty quickly, because first note that we got was that juror number 5 was going to be the 4th person, and then this note comes around 1:30 p.m. So if you think about it in context, they weren't even deliberating for that long for potentially somebody to already kind of not be following the instructions. And so far there hasn't been a note sent. So right now the jury is still continuing their deliberations. Now we're into hour 4 of the deliberation process. So it's getting towards the end of the day a little bit, Anjanette. So we'll see what the jury has to say about coming back around 5 p.m. on whether or not they'll call it an end of the day or whether they'll continue on past 5 p.m. today.
It'll be interesting to see what happens, Elizabeth, when it comes to around that time, around 5 o'clock, which we're getting closer to that time. What was your reaction? You know, as somebody who's been sitting in the courtroom the entire trial, you've been watching the judge, the jury, you've been watching both sides present this case. I mean, were you surprised when this note came out? Because you've been watching all of these people the entire time. So you're right. This is pretty early for somebody to send out a note saying, hey, we're having an issue, judge. So what was your kind of reaction, and what was the general feel in the courtroom when this happened?
Yeah, I think the general feel in the courtroom was what happens now, like what is going to be the action that's taken. Obviously, no action has been taken. Again, the juror is still continuing their deliberations, but also what instructions was this person not following? But I will say this, Anjanette, what we do know about this particular juror, just going back to the voir dire process, is that he's a 51-year-old man. He's a scientist, and I think I know which juror they're actually talking about. And I was kind of surprised at it. The issue was with that particular juror. So I don't know what's kind of going on in the jury room. I don't know what's going on in their mind, but I think a lot of us are kind of wondering, okay, well, what was the issue? What was the, this person's not following the or according to the 4th person, not following the instructions. What does that really mean? And so, as you know, we probably all wanted just more details as to why this was happening. But since they've continued their deliberations, I think a lot of us are just waiting to see what the next note might possibly be. And then obviously, whenever they officially come to a decision, we just don't know when that'll be yet.
Mm-hmm. Did you see any reaction specifically from the defense about this? Because I'm wondering if the defense was like, wow, this is interesting. Like, we've got somebody who may be kind of leaning our way in there.
Yeah, so the defense did kind of have a little bit of a reaction to it. And this was Mark Agnifilo making these arguments, that the defense was kind of hesitant about laying out just the different possibilities on what to kind of do next. And their initial reaction was just for these jurors to work through it. I think their big thing was that the jurors were in such early stage of their deliberations that how could they have a note saying that there's already a problem at this point? And so I think from the defense's perspective, they just wanted the jurors to work out their issue. And if there's more of an issue, to bring it back to the judge's attention later on, but to really just kind of hammer out those issues initially, because again, they were so early in the process. Now, if it was maybe day 7 or day 8, 9, 10 or something like that, maybe I could understand a little bit. But in terms of just it being day 1 and so early into the deliberation, I was surprised that they came back with a note quickly saying that one of the jurors can't follow instructions. But we don't know the full extent of what that necessarily meant either.
Right, exactly. I'm wondering, when the judge was charging the jury this morning, how did Sean Combs seem this morning? I'm really interested to hear what his demeanor was like. I know he walks into the courtroom usually and he seems really happy greeting his team. You know, we've talked about the heart hands and all of that stuff. So what was his, what was the vibe that he was giving off this morning?
Well, you can only imagine probably what he's thinking inside his head, because this is a big day. The jury's now deciding on the case. They're deciding on his fate. They're deciding on his outcome. So I can only imagine probably the weight. But if I can tell you one thing, Anjanette, is that Sean Combs doesn't let anything visibly shake him, in terms of you're not going to see him necessarily sweat or anything like that, at least from what I can tell while sitting inside the courtroom. But what I could see when the judge was reading off the jury instructions is that he was either kind of following along with the jury instructions that was in the computer right in front of him, or he kind of just sat there kind of looking a little bit into the distance. And so for the most part, I, again, can only imagine what was going through his head. head as these charges are really kind of like talked about at length, at nauseum, with the details, and then the jury has to go back, make a decision on whether or not the defendant is guilty, not guilty, whether or not the government proved or didn't prove certain predicate acts, especially under the RICO conspiracy. But from what I could tell of him, it seemed like, I think, if anything, he was staying strong for his family. So I didn't see him necessarily shake or get overly emotional, just really kind of taking it all in, just like as he's been kind of throughout this trial.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot on the line. I mean, he's in the fight of his life right now, and his fate is in the hands of these 12 jurors. So let's get to some viewer questions for you, Elizabeth. Here's one from Elizabeth, or I'm sorry, it's for Shy920, at Shy920. How was the jury's expression, also his relatives, while the judge was addressing the jury? And here's a side note, Elizabeth, from Shay. Awesome hair, Liz. So she wants to know, how was the jury's expression, also his relatives, while the judge was addressing the jury? And kudos to your hair.
Thank you. A lot of comments on the hair today, which is surprising because I am not feeling like I'm having the best hair day, but I take it. Thank you, everyone. But as far as just the jury's reaction while the judge was reading off the jury instructions, like, think about it. This judge, right and early on a Monday morning, is reading through like 75 to 100 pages of just instructions. But I will say this, Anjanette, just like they have been throughout this entire trial in terms of paying attention, listening to the evidence, looking at the exhibits, taking their notes down, they've been very attentive. And that didn't even change for the jury instructions. You would think probably being read a lot of notes and a lot of instructions first thing in the morning would kind of bore them or tire them or anything like that. But I saw them because they all had kind of printed handouts in front of them, so that way they could follow along with the judge. All of them were pretty much looking at their instructions that were in front of them, whereas or excuse me, lost my train of thought there. But in terms of the defendant's family, Sean Combs' family being inside the courtroom whenever the jury instructions were read, I think they were kind of, trying to follow along too. And you can only imagine, again, how long and lengthy the jury instructions can be. And it's not the most exciting thing. It is interesting for a lot of people like us who are interested in true crime and law and the legal aspects of things, but probably, just listening to them and listening to the charges against especially your loved one, I can only imagine what was going through their head too. But for the most part, I kind of saw them just, we weren't allowed to leave the courtroom once the judge began reading off the jury instructions. So everyone kind of stayed put and just listened to them. And they didn't take as long as I thought they did. And so I think that was a pretty good thing. It didn't take hours and hours and hours, just a couple hours.
We got another question for you, Elizabeth. This one is from at iHeartGrunge. Okay, iHeartGrunge. Elizabeth, did the judge give orders to be within 10 minutes of the courthouse?
Well, the judge said stay tight and stay close. And so the good thing is if there's ever like a note or if there's a decision that is made, we get an email sent to us or a text message for some people that tells them to get back into the courtroom. I think the last time the jury came back with a note, it was probably a good 20 to 30 minute kind of delay in between the release going out that there is a note and then us getting inside the courtroom and then the judge getting on the bench in order to read the note. So it's a pretty good amount of time for us to all kind of get in there. I still have my computer open now just to make sure I'm not missing any jury notes right now from them. But so far, no notes yet. And we're getting towards the end of the day. So it's possible they may leave at 5, but we'll see whenever we go back to that courtroom to see what the end of the day looks like.
Here's a good one for you, Elizabeth. Another question. This one's from Bob688. Does Elizabeth take notes in shorthand? So Elizabeth, do you have your own little shorthand going on there? Because I know you've been just scrambling away for weeks and you've got all the notebooks filled up.
Yes, I do have a lot of notebooks filled up, and I only have 2 with me today. The rest are over at home, but I've got a system now where I have color-coded pens, all of that stuff. But yes, I take as much notes as I possibly can, probably a little too much notes just to make sure I'm staying awake and making sure I'm absorbing everything. But I definitely have lots and lots of notebooks to the point it's probably a good novel worth of notes at this point.
Keep those notebooks. I mean, it's basically like a souvenir, a memento of all of your weeks and time spent at the Sean Combs trial. Any final thoughts as we are in the middle of deliberations now? We're over 4.5 hours in. Anything else you want to add?
Well, I think it'll be interesting to see what the jury comes back as far as their decision goes and just how long it'll take. Now, initially, I told Jesse this morning, I was like, it's possible they'll come back with a decision today. And obviously, it's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if that's necessarily the same case, so we'll see. I probably lost that bet with Jesse. But for the most part, I think, for a lot of us, and I'm going to tell this to myself too, is that we have to be patient. The jury is doing their job. They are taking this case and taking it pretty seriously, especially given that it was a lot of weeks of testimony, a lot of witnesses, a lot of exhibits that they have seen that I think eventually will come to a verdict, will come to a decision, but we just don't know when. And so I think patience is key for this. Definitely patience is key.
Yeah, patience is key. And I always say waiting for a verdict is kind of like you're in the waiting room waiting for a baby to be born. It could happen at any time. You don't really know what's going on in there. You know something's happening, but you're just waiting for word. So that's kind of how it is. It could happen at any time. We could have a verdict at any moment, or it could be tomorrow or the next day. We just don't know. But Elizabeth Milner, we're going to let you go. Thank you for your great reporting. We'll let you get back into the courthouse to cover this trial and cover the rest of the deliberations. Come back out and join us if you hear anything breaking. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Antoinette.
All right, so that was Elizabeth Milner giving us the very latest from inside court. And so we'll let her get back to it. For now, I want to, and I want to remind you, we're taking your questions. I forgot to mention that. So drop all of your questions in the YouTube chat and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Now I want to bring in Adam Conta. He is a criminal defense attorney in New York. And Adam, I want to know what you're thinking about this whole issue with this juror. I mean, this happened really early on in these deliberations. Now they're back in there at it. They're working.
Let me just say this, guys. In New York, it is 4:15. Okay, almost 5 o'clock for the juror to be leaving. So they must be in there pounding away, I hope they're putting their heads together and doing what's right. So they got another 45 minutes. All right.
Through the material, I guess. They haven't sent any follow-up notes saying, hey, juror number 25 is still not working with us. So what do you make of this? Because I'm gotta think possibly this had Sean Combs' team thinking, what's going on in there?
Yeah, you know, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think they're that worried about it because this was a really long trial, right? And so we kind of, as viewers and even as attorneys, you think that these jurors are close and really have a sense of who each other are. And in some ways they do. But, you know, I've done a ton of trials and you can watch it happen the moment jury deliberations start. These jurors are told day after day after day, do not talk about the case. Do not talk about your lives. Do not talk about the case. Instead, talk about your lives, talk about what you're up to, talk about the weather, talk about what you're eating for lunch. And they do that generally. And so these people have gotten to know each other now on a sort of a surface level. They might know about each other's kids. They might know about each other's where they live, their neighborhoods, but they might truly have no idea what they thought about the evidence if they followed the instructions of the judge until today. And so in a lot of ways, these jurors are just meeting each other today. And so it makes perfect sense to me that on day one, there would be this kind of almost explosive rift that maybe you assume John down the row here was going to be exactly on the same page as you because you guys had 5 lunches together and everything seems so smooth. But then you get into the mix of really talking about the evidence and, oh my God, this person is all of a sudden a lunatic to you. And so I don't think it's that unusual that these sort of rifts happen right now as they're finally starting to meet who each other are as jurors in relation to the evidence.
You know, that's a really good point. That is a really good point. But to me, I don't know. You're saying it's not surprising. I'm a little surprised it happened that early. But obviously, they're back at it. So maybe it was just kind of an explosive moment. After all of these weeks, they're finally unloading and talking about this. And there are people with some strongly held opinions in there. I think we should talk about the verdict form, Adam, because we now have that verdict form and we can put it up on the screen for you. And the team for Sean Combs had proposed a much simpler verdict form where it just said, hey, if you find him guilty of racketeering conspiracy, which 2 predicate acts did you find him guilty of, or which do you think he committed? Instead, this is a little different. This includes, not guilty, or, these are the predicate acts that were proved or not proven, kidnapping, and then it goes through the other predicate acts. What are your thoughts on this verdict form? As a defense attorney, do you like this verdict form? Do you think this is a fair verdict form? Do you think it's straightforward? Do you think it's confusing? What are your thoughts?
I think it's a little unnecessary. I think what Diddy's attorneys were asking for, to me, just makes more sense. If your ultimate goal here as a judge is to get to a fair and just verdict, you want to do everything you can to empower the jury to be able to get there. Having to go through each overt act, essentially, to try to figure out which ones they think Diddy is guilty of versus just saying, listen, we've come to a decision. We think he is guilty of, let's say, kidnapping and arson. I'm just saying that because they're the first two, not because I think that he's going to be guilty of those. That would make for a more simple sort of task to the jury. But now they really are going to have to go through each and every one and really discuss it. And you can kind of cut it both ways. I don't think it's unfair for either, but I think it has the potential to be a more elongated and complicated deliberations because it's forcing them to go through each and every accusation versus just picking the two they sort of come to an agreement on.
It's pretty interesting that you thought that. Their verdict form was really simple. So I do think it's interesting that the judge, put in there, no, we want them to go through all of these different acts and say whether this one was proven or this one was not proven. Let's go to some questions now. And before we actually go to the question, let me go to our first poll. We've been putting polls up throughout the trial on these live streams. Do you think juror number 25 should stay even if he's having trouble following the judge's instructions? 42% of you said no. 29% say hard to say. 27% say yes. So that poll is complete. 2.3 thousand of you voted in that poll. Thanks for doing that, guys. We'll put up another poll. So vote in those polls and put your questions in the chat, and Adam will answer them. And if he doesn't answer them, I might answer them too. So Adam, here's our first question. This one is Sade Murray, 2876. What's the probability that the disruptions during the trial and these disruptions by juror number 25 cause a mistrial?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we just don't know what the disruption really is, right? So we know that this guy's a 51-year-old scientist. And what do scientists love to do? They love to prove things through analysis and methods. So maybe he has a really specific method that he wants to use to go through the evidence. And maybe that doesn't rub the other jurors the right way. And so just on a hypothetical, if that's really the issue here and they can work through that, then there's no chance. If he's going outside the scope of what's in evidence to do his own research and then bring that research into the jury room, then that's incredibly disruptive and could absolutely lead to a mistrial. So it's not a cop-out answer, but it's just so specific as to what the conduct really is, because something can be so minor or it can totally flip a trial on its head.
It really could. Let's get to another question. What is the point of anonymity for witnesses? This is from Dave Stephan, 3288. We had two witnesses, Adam, that were permitted to testify using pseudonyms, one being Mia, the former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, and then Jane, the former girlfriend, romantic interest, who was not a public relation. This was not somebody who was publicly in a relationship with him. So why was that allowed? Why was that permitted? You don't see that a whole lot, but this is also a case that has a lot of eyes on it.
Yeah, I mean, you answered your own question, really. It's got so many eyes on it. And so this isn't a normal case. If this was just a state case in Iowa or something like that, where the media isn't just on top of every single thing, then perhaps there wouldn't be. But the point of the anonymity is to protect these two people, these two alleged victims who, regardless if you think what they describe as criminal or not, seem to be victims of some sort in the relationships they had with Diddy. So it's to protect them as they move forward in life after this trial ends. But there's also another huge reason why. It's to protect them before the trial, to make sure no witness intimidation happens, to make sure no one gets in contact with them and tries to coerce their testimony or make them or their families feel unsafe leading up to their moments in court.
We have some more information about juror 25. This is from a tweet from jury selection from around that time. Juror 25 said during jury selection, I have a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. I like documentaries about climate change. My domestic partner, he's a graphic designer. So a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. He's a scientist, as you said. I kind of want to go back to this whole juror 25 issue, because I really do feel like, Adam, wow, I'm just bowled over by this. The fact that this early in deliberations, we had this kerfuffle, if you will, this big dust up over that caused the foreperson to send a note. So, To dovetail onto that, we have a question from Kevin Williams, SJ. Do you think the judge's response to the note was so generic as to avoid appearing to benefit one side or the other, to avoid ammo for a possible appeal?
Yes, I do think it was generic to avoid everything the judge is doing here, including what we just described, making the jury sheet so meticulous, is to protect the record and to protect against a potential appeal, to try to make sure that whatever happens, that this doesn't happen again. But as to the instructions he gave to the juror and to the jury in particular, you want to take baby steps in this. So it's the same thing as asking for a mistrial if there appears to be a hung jury. You don't just say, okay, you guys can't seem to agree, mistrial. You say, hey, this is a really hard process. Get back in there, talk it over, look at everyone's point of view, be considerate. And that's really what the judge is doing here with juror 25. He doesn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill just yet. And he doesn't know the extent of how bad or minor his whatever jury 25 is doing really is yet. And so I think he's just taking a measured approach, which is, let's see if we can get past this, get back in there, figure it out. If it becomes a bigger problem, let me know, and then we'll interview the juror. And I think that's a smart kind of step-by-step way to approach this. And so you're not minimizing it by saying, I don't want to hear about it. And you're also not throwing the juror off the jury immediately, which is could be a tremendous overreaction.
It definitely could be. And you know, the judge could just say, you know what, it's way too early in deliberations for this type of craziness. Go back, figure this out, do your deliberations, follow my instructions. He's probably waiting, as everybody else is, to see how this unfolds, because they were just instructed. They hadn't been back there very long when this happened. So I think that maybe this concern is, maybe it's over concern, but maybe the judge is just like, and maybe he's like, this is not my first rodeo. I've seen this kind of thing before. I mean, have you seen this a lot in your experience, Adam, where they get back there? We kind of hit on this earlier, but have you seen it a lot where they get back there and maybe somebody isn't very cooperative at first?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of, I'm telling you, that they form this idea of who each other are before deliberations begin. But then when deliberations begin, I mean, think of yourself as going on a date with someone, and maybe you go on 3-4 dates and everything seems great, right? But then that first fight happens, and then you kind of figure out who each other are, how you communicate, how you deal with conflict. And just, I mean, again, think of it like a date. Dealing with conflict is so specific to each individual person. How you argue, what you use as your ammunition, what really hurts your feelings. All these things are incredibly specific to each and every person. Now, bring it back to the courtroom, put those people in there. You've got the whole world watching you. You've got the whole world's eyes on your decision-making. And now someone is acting in a way that you find unpredictable. On top of you just getting a tremendous amount of very complex instructions from the judge, which can be confusing. You've got a lot going on, and you know that the whole world is waiting on you collectively a decision. And so I think it's not unusual, and I've seen it on much less high stakes trials where jurors just, they get in there, they realize that they have really different personalities, and it seems hard because it's a really, really hard job. What we ask jurors to do in every single trial, whether it's this one or not, is hard. And it should be appreciated, the role that we're asking these people to take. You're asking someone to take time out of their lives to judge another human being, and oftentimes in situations like this, judge their freedom, their business, everything that's important to this person is essentially in your hands. And sometimes it doesn't seem as stressful as it is until you get to this point also. And the weight of what you're actually doing comes crashing down on you. And so I think there's a lot of reasons why this could come up right now. But I mean, Anjanette, you just listed off even more details about this guy, which sort of makes me even more inclined to think what I had said earlier, that I'm sure this guy is clearly a smart individual. That can be intimidating for some people. Maybe he's trying to be the alpha voice in the room because he feels like he understands things better. That can rub people the wrong way. Maybe he just wants to go through things in a much more careful, unique way that maybe the judge didn't specifically lay out, but feels comfortable to him. We just have no idea. But I don't think that this is something where we should raise the red flag, raise the alarms that this trial is about to collapse. They're about to call it. I think there are a lot of ways to bounce back from this, and usually just talking. I think what the judge is really doing right now is waiting for about 25 minutes from now when we get to close to 5 o'clock, and those jurors are going to either say, hey, we'd like a little bit more time, or much, much more likely, hey, thanks so much, let's call it and go home. Then they're going to get a good night's sleep, and then they're going to come back tomorrow. And I think tomorrow is an entirely new animal for these folks, because they will have had this experience of doing it for a day, and they will have time to sort of reflect on it, and they'll be prepared for it tomorrow.
Yeah, and in my mind, I think a PhD in molecular biology, I'm thinking, as you did, a scientist, very methodical. You would think this person would want to go through the jury instructions and read all of them. Again, we don't know exactly what was going on. So different personalities, different strokes for different folks. There could just be so much going on, and a good night's sleep can really clear your head too. I mean, they've just been in a pressure cooker for weeks. I do want to update everybody on the latest poll. Do you believe the jury's verdict will reflect public opinion? 44% of you say yes. 28% say no. 26% of you are unsure of public opinion. The poll is now complete. 2.4 thousand of you voted. So thanks, guys, for doing that. Remember to drop your questions into the chat. Adam and I will get to as many of them as we can. Sierra Gillespie is down at the courthouse, outside of the courthouse, so we'll bring her in just a little bit here. I want to update you on the state of deliberations. We're at about 5 hours of deliberation now. So the jury's been out for just about 5 hours after receiving the instructions from the judge this morning. They were charged and sent out to deliberations. Let's get to your next questions now. Carolina Hurtado, 6634, asks, can't the judge go into the jury room? Adam, this is a great question for you. Can't the judge go into the jury room and tell the jury that they've all have a civic duty to perform? Thank you. You are awesome. You explain everything so well. Well, that's very sweet. But I'm not going to answer that question, but I'll swing that question over to you, Adam. I know the answer to it, but
it's 1,000% no. No, the judge can't go in there. Nobody can go in there. But what you're saying he can do, and I think he did do, he can bring them into open court and say that exact same thing and put them in the jury box and tell them that. But he can. The jury room is a sanctuary that no one is allowed into but the jurors and maybe a court officer to keep watch. That's it. There's none of the parties are allowed in there under any circumstances, including and maybe especially the judge.
I'm going to take this next question. This one is from Jaslyn Leroy, 4308. She asks, why or who did he even kidnap to get that charge? The allegation, Jaslyn Leroy, and thank you for the question, because I think a lot of people, there's been so much information out there. A lot of this is very confusing. The allegation is that Sean Combs, back in 2011, after finding out that Kid Cudi and Cassie Ventura had been seeing each other, went to Capricorn Clark's house, his former assistant, and went there with a gun, banging on her door. She said it was like metal on metal. She had a metal door, and she opened the door. He had a gun, and he said, get dressed. We're going to his house. Why didn't you tell me? We are going to kill that N-word. That's what she said regarding Kid Cudi. And he ordered her to get into the Cadillac Escalade. He had a gun. She said he was waving it around, not pointing it at her, but he was kind of, upset. And then the gun was in his pants. And so the government contends that that was a kidnapping. So that's who he is accused of kidnapping. And that's one of the predicate acts that falls under the racketeering conspiracy charge. So there's that question answered for you. Here's another question, Adam. This one's a good one for you. Dave Steffen, 3288. During deliberations, does Diddy stay at the jail or in a holding cell at the courthouse or sitting in the courtroom talking to his attorneys? So where is he, Adam?
He's in a little cell right off the courtroom. He's in the building. He doesn't leave the building for deliberations. He stays there, and it's totally at the judge's discretion. And usually they offer the defendant some say in it also, but they're either at the table with the attorneys or they go into a holding cell that's just off the courtroom.
All right. We want to go now outside of court to Segarra Gillespie. She's been hanging out outside of the federal courthouse since late last week. So Segarra, talk to me a little bit about what's been going on outside of the courthouse today. Have we seen anybody else showing up, kind of hanging out, waiting for this verdict?
And Jeanette, I guess I was expecting to see at least some sort of commotion here today, potentially maybe even a celebrity sighting if we were lucky. And so far today, I have yet to see that. I mean, still the same amount of people are here as were last week. And majority of them, honestly, are reporters like myself. I mean, to my right and to my left, as far as the eye can see, we've got cameras, we've got lights and reporters who are live streaming or going live on their networks, whatever it may be. I mean, I have seen Diddy's family coming in and out, you know, at the normal times this morning for jury instructions. And then later on after that, they kind of wrapped it up. And then after that, it's kind of just been a waiting game. I did earlier, I was just sitting here with Elizabeth Milner. We're kind of talking about, you know, how long do you expect deliberations to go and what sort of verdict do you think? And we're just kind of chatting like you and I are now. And we saw Nicole Westmoreland. She was walking up and down here. So it's kind of just the same thing that everybody's just waiting. When are we going to hear a jury question? When are we going to get a verdict? And additionally, I think one of the reasons why many people may not be here today is it is so hot. We were eating popsicles earlier because it was so hot. I have multiple fans on me right now. So that could be deterring some people from coming down to the courthouse.
Yeah, it very well may be. And maybe they're just sitting around watching the coverage, waiting on their phones. You know, we were talking about this earlier in the office, Segarra, how much things have really changed when watching trials and covering trials. And this one's a lot different because we can't have cameras in the federal courthouse, unfortunately. I mean, we would love that for change, love that to change. But, you know, there's this whole aspect, there's this whole thing called trialtainment where people are kind of, they get obsessed with trials and they follow them 24/7. We just saw it with the Karen Reed case. And then we saw it in the past with the Alec Murdaugh case. We've seen it with the Johnny Depp trial. So talk to me a little bit about that aspect of this and what you're seeing with this case.
Yeah, I think that's a really good description of what we do here at Law&Crime, right? We're always live streaming and bringing everyone gavel to gavel coverage, as we call it. So thank you to everyone who's watching right now and keep sending us your questions because they've been great so far. But Karen Reed is another great example where at a time when there were breaks, all we had was a fan going and we had like 40,000 people who were waiting on the edge of their seat. What's going to happen next? Who's going to say what? What is the verdict? And so this is something that we've seen multiple times with these big, high-profile cases, and especially when it comes to a celebrity case, of course, there are going to be people who are wanting to follow it gavel to gavel. The difference here, of course, is that it's federal. So it's not quite the same in that we couldn't hear Cassie's testimony and we couldn't see Diddy when he was there with his family. So it's a bit different. We have to rely on reporters like myself. Elizabeth Milner has done a great job of encapsulating the trial as a whole. But I do think it really shows why true crime is so valuable at this time, or why so many people are here tuning in and watching, because everyone's so interested. And perhaps it even goes way back to OJ, you know, the one that started it all.
Yeah, the OJ Simpson case, that was a phenomenon, and it really was one that people. I was telling Jordan Chacon, our producer, earlier about seeing my aunt every day coming home from work, racing home from work, because she could work really early in the morning and come home and watch the OJ trial. And it was appointment viewing every day. People were obsessed. So it was really the one that started it all. So Segarra, what is your feeling on this? We were talking earlier with Elizabeth, of course, about juror number 25, you know, this juror who allegedly was, you know, and we, you know, we're just going by what the note said about the juror not wanting to follow the judge's instructions. Do you have any thoughts on that? Just, you've been outside the courthouse, I know, but I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts, just because you've been reading the transcripts, you've been going through the testimony?
Yeah, so I have been reading all the transcripts. I've been following this Diddy trial since the very beginning. And by that, I mean November of 2023, when Cassie filed her civil lawsuit, which is a great time for me to remind everyone that I host our channel and our show called scandal. So if you're interested in following any sort of celebrity gossip and crime, and you like what you see here with me, make sure to subscribe because we love to cover cases like this. So Diddy, yes, I have been covering it really since the beginning. And while I haven't been inside the courthouse, I have been here for multiple days, as you said. And, you know, while we're waiting and we're outside, I'm getting to talk to people beside me. I believe it's NBC and ABC. And, you know, you just get talking to people because that's what happens. And so we're all like, wait, what is going on? There is this note, I believe it was about 2 hours into deliberations. And I think what's interesting is telling to me really is Judge Arun Subramanian's response to this, where he said something to the effect of, and I'm sure you've reported on it on this live stream, we talked about it earlier too, but he said something similar to, there is no time limit. And to me, that got me thinking that perhaps maybe juror number 25 had his mind made up. And he was like, okay, I listened to 6, 7, 8 weeks of all of this. I looked over my notes in the 2 hours that we've been deliberating. I know I'm not going to change. This is how I'm feeling, whatever. And maybe perhaps it was the other jurors, perhaps the 4-person, juror number 5, or maybe any of the other jurors who were like, wait a minute, this is a lengthy trial. We should be deliberating longer. And that's why. So at first, that's kind of what we were thinking is, oh, maybe they, you know, maybe this juror already knew what he wanted. Maybe they already seemed to come to what they thought could be a verdict. But now it's been a couple of hours since all of that. They were told to kind of go back and follow the instructions and just keep going. So at this point, if I had to guess, let's see, it's 4:38. I would say not today, but hey, who knows?
Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. Who knows? Because you just never know. And I want to bring Adam Conta kind of back into this just really quickly, if I could. You know, there's nothing wrong, Adam. I mean, if the jurors got back there for after a very short time and said, you know, I this is how I feel and this is what I think, and they voted after even 20 minutes, that's allowed.
It's certainly allowed. And you guys just mentioned the bedrock of why this industry exists, right? OJ. And as soon as the OJ jurors got the case, the lawyers were packing up, ready to leave for a long weekend. And then boop, we've got a verdict already. And so you just don't know. You never, ever know. It could happen in 5 minutes and it could happen in 5 days. You just do not know.
Yeah, you really don't know. It could come at any time. I mean, they could listen to the instructions from the judge. They don't have to go back there and read through them again. They don't have to do that. They could have listened in the courtroom to him, charge them, and then go back there and they take a vote and they're like, we're done. I mean, that's how it can work out. Let's get back to some more questions. Sierra, I've got one for you. This one comes from, here we go. M Moore 7471. Can jurors do public interviews after the trial?
This is a lovely question. The answer is yes. And the answer is we here at Law&Crime are already working on it. So at this time, obviously, the jurors' identities are not made public. I personally only know what a couple of them look like because I've seen them walking into the courthouse and Elizabeth Milner has pointed them out to me. So it's really only the people who are in there. I'm talking the defense attorneys, the prosecution, the government, all of the reporters who can look at them and point them out and say, oh, I remember seeing her or him for the past how many ever weeks. That person is a juror. But as of right now, we don't have the names of them. So what we're doing, actually, our amazing booking team, Alyssa and Diane, have already been on this. What we're going to try to do is right after this, we got to be ahead of the game, right? We got to be prepared for anything,
always
for a
have to
verdict
be.
right now or 2 weeks from now. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do our very best to make sure to hear from any jurors who are willing to talk. Obviously, it's up to them whether they do want to go on camera, whether they want to reveal their identity. It's all up to them, but we are working on it. So hopefully after this verdict, we'll get a couple of yeses.
Well, I'm just going to make an announcement here. Of course, if anybody knows a juror, the jurors, of course, should not be watching this live stream. Their phones should not be in the deliberation room. But of course, we would love to talk to the jurors. So anybody can email us here at Law&Crime if they know a juror and they want to put us in touch. Just a little note there, public service announcement. Let's get to another question. I'm going to grab one for Adam. This one is from CJ Wilson-Richmond 3539. Could this verdict set a legal or cultural precedent for how future celebrity cases involving alleged abuse and misconduct are handled?
Yes, that's a good question. First, two things. One, these jurors are going to find you guys. They want to be on TV with you too. They're going to find you guys no problem when this is done. And also, Anjanette, before we moved on, The O.J. Simpson case started this industry, but I think the case that really turned the public opinion is Making a Murderer, which I know you were involved in. I think that's when the world started thinking, hey, maybe we don't need to listen to everything 1,000% and buy it. Maybe we should look a little deeper. I think that was huge. That and Serial at the same time. Anyway, to the question.
I'll let you finish, and then I'll let you finish this thought, and then I'll add in. But go ahead.
I think what's actually on trial here is coercion. The idea of coercion is on trial in our country. And I'm not saying whether what Diddy did was criminal or not, but you're talking about acts which adults consented to doing. And so you're putting on trial the notion of what does consent actually mean? And if there's a power dynamic, if there are drugs and sex and power and money at play, does it negate coercion? So I think that this trial in particular will have far-reaching implications of how the legal system moves forward, even more so than Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein was shrouded in the Me Too movement, which needed to come to light and then was, it played out as it did. But this is different and this is specific. And I really, really think it's not being talked about enough that what's actually on trial here is the idea of what coercion really means.
I think you make a really fair point there, and a really good point, Adam, because the sex trafficking, it's fraud, coercion, or force. Mm-hmm. And so everybody's like, well, what's the coercion part of this? Sean Combs kept saying, this was all consensual. This was all consensual. And then in closing arguments, the government said, well, you only have to find one instance that this wasn't consensual. Because they show all these text messages, the defense does, that, oh, I like freaking off with you, and I LOL and all of this stuff. And so they said you only have to find one instance in all of those years of the freak offs. So everybody's like, well, what's the coercion? And so the coercion part of this could be a defining moment for that. I think you're right about that. And the Me Too movement, that piece of this, because at the height of the Me Too movement, I remember this, the whole thing about consent and what really is consent. I remember working in local news and doing stories about that, even on college campuses. Like, what is consent, and no meaning no, and things of that nature.
Yeah. I think it's really tricky. And when you have those text messages from the main witnesses that are months or years later saying, I love you, you're my inspiration, everything I do is for you. I mean, really, really detailed, effusively praising him kind of messages from these same people that are victims. You have to ask yourself, and we have to ask ourselves, what is coercion? What is a crime? And what is regret? And I'm not saying that what these women went through was not a crime. That is going to be for the jury to decide. But legally speaking, this is a really interesting moment where a court will help us as a nation kind of decide what that means.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Now, back to the Making a Murderer thing that you brought up. When you're talking about people wanting to dive deep and dig deeper, for the record, for people who say, oh, well, we only saw what was on the news. Yeah. I will say that is not true. These trials featured in Making a Murderer were streamed gavel to gavel on local news websites. So that happened. Gavel to gavel coverage every day, streamed on local news websites. Might not have been nationally streamed, but they were streamed. And viewers could log on anytime and watch those gavel to gavel. So nobody was hiding anything. I just have to make that painfully clear, because that's an allegation that's been made by people who have a point of view associated with that docuseries. But those trials were streamed gavel to gavel. Anybody could watch them anytime and log on and read the accompanying news reports. Okay, back to your questions, everybody. Sierra, let's get to a question for you. So how about that, Anam Kanta? So Sierra, here's a question for you. What is the official reason federal cases are not televised?
Do you minutes
know?
before
That's a tough question, because I don't even know if we really know.
And I want to see what major news outlet is saying right before the jury get ready to leave. Okay, let's see right now. because they're answering questions right now. So I want to see right now what the major news outlets are saying about this case. Here is the Associated Press. Let me see what they are doing. I'm trying to see who got. This is the Associated Press. No, they don't have anything going on. It's live though. They don't have anything. They're just showing the outside. But I'm gonna check and see. See, they just showing outside. Nobody came out yet. Let me just, because I'm checking. I'm checking. TMZ got something going on. Diddy's eyes so demonized right now. I'm serious. Y'all think I'm kidding. His eyes. His eyes. His eyes are not right now. I'm trying to see. Let's see. Let me see. This is earlier today. So we're going to keep an eye on the front doors. We're not going to let those front doors slip away. I just want to hear what the latest news is. Just 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. Let me see. See what they got going on here 10 minutes ago. Trying to see, do they have a video? Oh no, this is all. This is at 4:40. Oh, yes, they do. Okay, let me get it here. This is at 4:40 their time. We're at 3:51. So this is a few minutes because they're an hour ahead of us. Okay, guys? Trying to let us see what's going on before the jury before they all leave for today. Okay, here it is. You can see this is at today at 4:40 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time. This is a little before 20 minutes before the jury is set to leave on their time. It's a little, okay, let me unmute it. And this is USA Today. I'm going to do it this big so everybody can see it better. And it's just 1 minute and 19 seconds. Y'all are ready? Let me see what Black Good to see you, Debbie. Okay, that's BT. Okay, here we go, guys. Right before we're getting ready for court to be over. He got a beautiful family. I'm not saying they're not cute. You just couldn't leave me on a room with them. I fear for my life being on a room with them. They just like their daddy. Mm-mm. They just like the daddy. Okay, that was it, guys. You couldn't leave me in a room with these fools. Not one bit. Let's see what's going on the outside. Now, somebody just walked up. I don't know who it was. Let me just see. Okay.
And to my left, as far as the eye can see, we've got cameras, we've got lights and reporters who are live
We'll see who
streaming
that
or going
was in
live on
just
their
a minute.
networks, whatever it may be. I mean, I have seen Diddy's family coming in and out, at the normal times this morning for jury instructions. And then later on after that, they kind of wrapped it up. And then after that, it's kind of just been a waiting game. I did earlier, I was just sitting here with Elizabeth Milner. We're kind of talking about, how long do you expect deliberations to go and what sort of verdict do you think? And we're just kind of chatting like you and I are now. And we saw Nicole Westmoreland. She was walking up and down here. So it's kind of just the same thing that everybody's just waiting. When are we going to hear a jury question? When are we going to get a verdict? And additionally, I think one of the reasons why many people may not be here today is it is so hot. We were eating popsicles earlier because it was so hot. I have multiple fans on me right now. So that could be deterring some people from coming down to the courthouse.
Yeah, it very well may be. And maybe they're just sitting around watching the coverage, waiting on their phones. We were talking about this earlier in the office, Segarra, how much things have really changed when watching trials and covering trials. And this one's a lot different because we can't have cameras in the federal courthouse, unfortunately. I mean, we would love that for change, love that to change. But, there's this whole aspect, there's this whole thing called trialtainment where people are they get obsessed with trials and they follow them 24/7. We just saw it with the Karen Reed case. And then we saw it in the past with the Alec Murdaugh case. We've seen it with the Johnny Depp trial. So talk to me a little bit about that aspect of this and what you're seeing with this case.
Yeah, I think that's a really good description of what we do here at Law&Crime, right? We're always live streaming and bringing everyone gavel to gavel coverage, as we call it. So thank you to everyone who's watching right now and keep sending us your questions because they've been great so far. But Karen Reed is another great example where at a time when there were breaks, all we had was a fan going and we had like 40,000 people who were waiting on the edge of their seat. What's going to happen next? Who's going to say what? What is the verdict? And so this is something that we've seen multiple times with these big, high-profile cases, and especially when it comes to a celebrity case, of course, there are going to be people who are wanting to follow it gavel to gavel. The difference here, of course, is that it's federal. So it's not quite the same in that we couldn't hear Cassie's testimony and we couldn't see Diddy when he was there with his family. So it's a bit different. We have to rely on reporters like myself. Elizabeth Milner has done a great job of encapsulating the trial as a whole. But I do think it really shows why true crime is so valuable at this time, or why so many people are here tuning in and watching, because everyone's so interested. And perhaps it even goes way back to OJ, the one that started it all.
Yeah, the O.J. Simpson case, that was a phenomenon, and it really was one that people. I was telling Jordan Chacon, our producer, earlier about seeing my aunt every day coming home from work, racing home from work, because she could work really early in the morning and come home and watch the OJ trial. And it was appointment viewing every day. People were obsessed. So it was really the one that started it all. So Segarra, what is your feeling on this? We were talking earlier with Elizabeth, of course, about juror number 25, this juror who allegedly was, and we're just going by what the note said about the juror not wanting to follow the judge's instructions. Do you have any thoughts on that? Just, you've been outside the courthouse, I know, but I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts, just because you've been reading the transcripts, you've been going through the testimony?
Yeah, so I have been reading all the transcripts. I've been following this Diddy trial since the very beginning. And by that, I mean November of 2023, when Cassie filed her civil lawsuit, which is a great time for me to remind everyone that I host our channel and our show called Scandal. So if you're interested in following any sort of celebrity gossip and crime, and you like what you see here with me, make sure to subscribe, because we love to cover cases like this. So Diddy, yes, I have been covering it really since the beginning. And while I haven't been inside the courthouse, I have been here for multiple days, as you said. And, while we're waiting and we're outside, I'm getting to talk to people beside me. I believe it's NBC and ABC. And, you just get talking to people, because that's what happens. And so we're all like, wait, what is going on? There is this note, I believe it was about 2 hours into deliberations. And I think what's interesting, is telling to me really, is Judge Arun Subramanian's response to this, where he said something to the effect of, and I'm sure you've reported on it on this live stream, we talked about it earlier too, but he said something similar to, there is no time limit. And to me, that got me thinking that perhaps maybe juror number 25 had his mind made up. And he was like, okay, I listened to 6, 7, 8 weeks of all of this. I looked over my notes in the 2 hours that we've been deliberating. I know I'm not going to change. This is how I'm feeling, whatever. And maybe perhaps it was the other jurors, perhaps the 4-person, juror number 5, or maybe any of the other jurors who were like, wait a minute, this is a lengthy trial. We should be deliberating longer. And that's why. So at first, that's kind of what we were thinking is, oh, maybe maybe this juror already knew what he wanted. Maybe they already seemed to come to what they thought could be a verdict. But now it's been a couple of.
Now, guys, I do want to say it is 5 o'clock in New York. The jurors should be getting ready to leave. They may be getting instructions from the judge again, since one of them, juror number 25, want to be acting up.
If the jurors got back there after a very short time and said, I this is how I feel and this is what I think, and they voted after even 20 minutes, that's allowed.
It's certainly allowed. And you guys just mentioned the bedrock of why this industry exists, right? OJ. And as soon as the OJ jurors got the case, the lawyers were packing up, ready to leave for a long weekend. And then boop, we've got a verdict already. And so you just don't know. You never, ever know. It could happen in 5 minutes and it could happen in 5 days. You just do not know.
Yeah, you really don't know. It could come at any time. I mean, they could listen to the instructions from the judge. They don't have to go back there and read through them again. They don't have to do that. They could have listened in the courtroom to him charge them and then go back there and they take a vote and they're like, we're done. I mean, that's how it can work out. Let's get back to some more questions. Segarra, I've got one for you. This one comes from, here we go. Moore 7471. Can jurors do public interviews after the trial?
This is a lovely question. The answer is yes. And the answer is we here at Law&Crime are already working on it. So at this time, obviously, the jurors' identities are not made public. I personally only know what a couple of them look like because I've seen them walking into the courthouse, and Elizabeth Milner has pointed them out to me. So it's really only the people who are in there. I'm talking the defense attorneys, the prosecution, the government, all of the reporters who can look at them and point them out and say, oh, I remember seeing her or him for the past how many ever weeks. That person is a juror. But as of right now, we don't have the names of them. So what we're doing actually are an amazing booking team. Alyssa and Diane have already been on this. What we're going to try to do is right after this, we got to be ahead of the game, right? We got to be prepared for anything,
always
for a
have to
verdict
be.
right now or 2 weeks from now. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do our very best to make sure to hear from any jurors who are willing to talk. Obviously, it's up to them whether they do want to go on camera, whether they want to reveal their
It's
identity. It's all up to
505.
them. But we are working on it. So
Yes,
hopefully after this break,
503.
we'll get a couple of yeses.
503 New York time. I'm ready.
The jurors, of course, should not be watching this live stream. Their phones should not be in the deliberation room. But of course, we would love to talk to the jurors. So anybody can email us here at Law&Crime if they know a juror and they want to put us in touch. Just a little note there, public service announcement. Let's get to another question. I'm going to grab one for Adam. This one is from CJ
What I'm gonna
Wilson
do-
Richmond 3539. Could this verdict set a legal
We're gonna
or
do it two
cultural
ways,
precedent
guys.
for how?
I'm going to end this live, and I'm going to start a new live, probably within 30 minutes. But I'm going to have it already set up, so just in case if we get a verdict, I'm going to end this live. In about 30 minutes or so, I'll set up a new live. So just in case, if we get a verdict, that new live will catch it. Okay? Now, it's up to you whether you want to be coming back and checking into this live, checking it, because it's going to be sitting with everything just going live. So if something happens, we got it. Whew. Because I've been on 5 hours and 44 minutes.
Putting on trial the notion of what does consent actually mean, and if there's a power dynamic, if there are drugs and sex and power and money at play, does it negate coercion? So I think that this trial in particular will have far-reaching implications of how the legal system moves forward, even more so than Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein was shrouded in the Me Too movement, which needed to come to light, and then was, it played out as it did. But this is different, and this is specific, and I really...
Now, as I said before, I'm going to end this live, but I will be starting a new live. Oh, I do need to get that this out, but I will be starting a new live though. But I need to go ahead and get this here together. That's my, while we've been sitting here, I've been going through all my files looking for that video. I need to figure out. I probably can go through my phone and look for it even better. Probably go through my phone and find it even better. But I'm going to put this video out today. This is the video that Kanye West, Mr. West, is seen with his full KKK outfit on. Okay? So, and this outfit wasn't just a random one he just went and got. He had this one custom made for him. And it came directly from those people that make these KKK units. Not somebody just a tailor and just say, oh, I can make that for you, Sean. No, not Sean. Ooh, Lord. These demons getting me twisted. West, Mr. West. No, this is a person that really make those for the people, the KKK. So they made West one, okay? Because he ain't gonna wear nobody's used stuff. Y'all got to remember that.
People wanting to dive deep and dig deeper. For the record, for people who say, oh, well, we only saw what was on the news.
Yeah.
I will say that is not true. these trials featured in Making a Murderer were streamed gavel to gavel on local news websites.
I saw that.
That happened. Gavel to gavel
Okay.
coverage every day, streamed on local news websites. Might not have been nationally streamed, but they
I
were
saw it.
streamed.
I don't know
And
where I
viewers could
saw it.
log on
It was
anytime
on my
and watch
TV.
those gavel to gavel. So nobody was
think I've
hiding
seen two
anything. I just
versions
have
of
to
it.
make that.
But anyway, so that's what we're gonna do because it's 5:08 now and no verdict. But guys, as soon as I get a verdict, you all will be getting a verdict. You all gonna get the same thing I get. I'm trying to see who is that rolling out of this door. Let me move this down right quick. Because y'all know I don't like missing nothing. I want to see who is rolling out of this door. Okay. This is live too. Associated Press is live too. And so whenever I get it, you all gonna get it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a break, guys, for now. Or what I may do, let me just type this in, something in right quick. So I can no, I'm not going to do it that way. I just do it this way. I just write it down so I won't forget. Okay. So we're going to let me write this time down. What time is it? 4:10 p.m. Okay. As soon as something comes across, I'm gonna let you all know. That means when you see Pinkie live popping back up, get in here. Pinkie got something going on. And I'm not gonna go live just for nothing. So that means something's got to be going on. Okay? Something got to be going on for let me see. After the verdict, he made money off of a movie, as they celebrity do. Hey, Black Titanic, you had asked a question. Let me answer that question for you. You said want to know who was the man that carries the umbrella for Diddy. That was Farnsworth Bentley. Farnsworth Bentley that used to carry the umbrella for Diddy. And no, he have not showed up at the courtroom. He did not testify. I'm wondering why. Because he had a lot of information because he was around. But my thing is, allegedly, they said you can't lay nothing around him if you get legs and start walking off. Okay? So that's, but no, he was not ever at the courtroom. nor was he on the list to testify. And that's something I don't understand. I don't understand why Little Kim didn't testify. Faith Evans, what's her name? The girl that danced like she drunk. Mary J. Blige. None of them. Okay? Ray J, the rest of them. But anyway, I did want to make sure I answered that question. I couldn't answer it first because we had a video plan. But guys, I'm going to come back to this. Hi, Bridges. It's 5:12 p.m., not 4:10, like you just said. Bridges, I said it's 4:13 p.m. my time. Bridges, you just coming in. You haven't heard the whole line. I've been saying what time it is in New York all during my life. New York is an hour ahead of me. And I was explaining to everybody something 4:10 my time. Okay? So I know what I said. You know, I do this all the time. When people said, I said something that, and you know what I used to tell them, I'm a broken record. I say the same thing over and over. I know what I said. Okay? So, Bridges, I'm right. You're wrong. You're wrong. Okay? So, I will be coming back as soon as something pops off. Okay? As soon as something pops off, I will be back. So, when you see my thumbnail or my live go up, that means Pinkie got something coming up. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna 1 hour behind me too. Atlanta's an hour ahead of you. Now let me say this: everybody in the chat, y'all been here forever. Y'all know what I said. I've been saying these times. It's so and so time in New York. It's this time at my timing. There's this timing in New York. I've been saying that off and on all during the live. Not off and on. I've been saying it at least a couple times an hour, because every time we get ready to go over a new statement or new information, I say what time it is in New York. I say New York, it is whatever the time is in New York. And then I say it's so-and-so time in my time. So I know what time I said, and I know what time New York time is. Okay? And for somebody to tell me what I said, I know what I said. Okay? And I know why I said what I said. But anyway, I'm not going to get upset over somebody that misunderstood. Okay? But I thought that it's after 5 p.m. there. It is. New York is an hour ahead of me. In New York, it's 5:16 in New York right now. 5:16 in New York. It is 4:16 where I am. I've been saying this throughout the whole live. You just came in at the end where me telling everybody in the chat we're going to take a break. And I'll come back later as soon as something starts popping off about the verdict. So you misunderstood. You heard it right, but you misunderstood. And therefore, you coming at me telling me I said something wrong. Pinkie know what she said and know why she said it. So, yeah, PT. Okay. But anyway, y'all know I ain't gonna get upset over that Richards, I'm not upset over that because I know what I said. I know why I said it. Go back and listen to my repeat video. Watch the video over so you hear me 1,000 times talking about the time. But I'm going to come back. If we get a verdict tonight, I will come back live. But this live, what I'm getting ready to do is do a video. Soon as I find that video, I was looking for that video all while we was playing our while the live has been going on. The video about this. That's the thumbnail. I got the whole video, and I'm gonna play the video. Y'all got to be mom about it because I don't want Mr. West. No, I'm getting ready to play his video, but he should be quite happy because he was happy when he was doing that interview. That's my thing. Yeah. And I got up and showed y'all how they was moving furniture around in that hotel room. That's okay, Bridges. I'm not in New York. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm right here. Not in New York. If I was in New York, shoot, I'd be down at the courthouse. Oh, yes. But anyway, so we're going to come back. If they get ready, a verdict hit, you know they're going to give you time. They're going to say, verdict, and everybody's going to be running. They're going to give everybody time to get in there and get situated. That's when I'm going to, because I'm going to already have my thumbnail up, ready to go. I'm going to have everything ready to go. I'm not going to miss this. But I'm getting ready to drop that video on as soon as I find the video. I got the thumbnail. I know I got the video. I put it somewhere. I don't know where I put that somewhere. The full video for West. So as soon as I find that video, I'm dropping that video today. But guys, let's take a break. Let's get something to eat. And so when I do come back, y'all ready and fair full form. Okay? All right. Because I am exhausted. So I am exhausted, guys. I'm going to go eat me some dinner. Go eat me some dinner. Because ain't nothing happening out there. Let me see the other, even on the other channel, Law&Crime. Nothing is happening. They still got verdict watch up. 5 hours and 23 minutes of verdict watch. So there's nothing happening. They've been at it for 5 hours, almost 5 hours and 30 minutes. Ooh. And you know they ain't. I was hoping to catch the family coming out, but I don't know what they're going to do. And I ain't got time to figure out what they're going to do. I think the family is going to hang around because if they leave, then they'll have to come back through and go back through all this crap again. They probably got somewhere where they're resting and stuff and taking off their heels, kicking off their heels, their hats and jackets and laying back and probably sent somebody out to get food or ordered food just in case a verdict come back by the time they get home. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. And y'all know how we do it when we close down. Okay? Y'all know how we do it. We do it the same old way. Okay? Oh, gosh. This has been something. I told y'all when it comes to this verdict, this deliberations and waiting on that verdict, you never know. And I cannot go through this. Somebody talking about, I ain't going to say his name, keep talking about maybe after the 4th or right up into the 4th of July, day before. I ain't got time for all that. That's too long. I'm expecting a verdict today. If not today, tomorrow. Yes, I am. expecting one today or tomorrow. Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and if I sign out of here and they're talking about a verdict right now, they're going to get me and my fan popping in. Pap, 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 pap. Let me see who this is. Y'all know I'm nosy. I'm nosy. I want to see who everybody else coming out of that courtroom. Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and hang it up for right now. But if anything happened, y'all know I'm coming back live. I just need to go eat and everything and get me some food in my stomach. Let my husband know what I want to eat. Got to let somebody know what I want to eat. Somebody. I'll let Bella and Coda, my dogs, know what I want to eat and see what they fix me some food. Okay? I got physical therapy this week. I thought I had it today. I guess I didn't. I don't know. Shoot, but I'm not going nowhere until I know what this verdict is. Physical therapy can wait. Okay. I don't know whether it was today, tomorrow. I have no idea. I'll find out. Well, they're calling me. Pinky, you're late. I'm saying, no, I'm not. I'm on my way. But you supposed to be here at something? No, I'm not late. I told you I'm on my way. Okay. All right, guys. Love you. Love my chat. And y'all know how we do it. We're going to do it the same old way. Same old, same old. Okay? Let me take this down right quick. Same old, same old. Here we go. See y'all later for the verdict.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes